Howdy, y'all. Happy Friday, and welcome to tonight's episode of Tales of Teluria. It's our community one-shot night. I've already seen something on the overlay that I messed up. Gosh darn it. But, glad to see you guys all here tonight. Um, this is the community one-shot that was earned through the subathon last month. So thank you all for getting us here. These are the wonderful folks who won the raffle that we had, like what, 4 weeks ago? I think it was 4 weeks ago. Um, but you all know me. I'm the GM. I'm usually GMing Mondays. We're jamming tonight. We'll see how the Friday vibes go with me. And I am notoriously bad at one shots, but I think we'll get through it. I think we will. I'm going to go ahead and move it on to our wonderful cast of players tonight. I am going to start with the one that's right below me, which I believe is Sid. Please introduce yourself and then your character.
Hi y'all, my name is Sid Vicious. It's good to be here. My character is a Samsarin. Is that how you say it? It's a blue guy, and he sees dead people.
He does. We'll see if he remembers that.
Probably won't.
We'll continue down the line to a Crunch.
Oh my god, yes. So, Crunch is playing Ten, the tenacious Tanuki from the village of Ten in the forest of Ten. I am just a little guy, and I'm a witch. Have a I have a patron who helps me build snowmen, and we'll see how that works.
Oh, man. And then we will go on to the other Rev.
Hello, all. I am Rev J, I guess, and I am playing the elf, Ephraim Reyes, an elf with a silver tongue, a steady hand, and a mischievous smile. Walks around with a case with a pool cue and a number of billiard balls, so you can imagine what he does with his spare time.
Danger. Danger is what he does. Then we'll go on to Hawkeye.
Hello, I'm Hawkeye, and I'll be playing. Hi, I'm Rex. I'm a dog. I was a pet. I am now a dog. I have a sharp, pointy stick that I like to stab things with, and I have a ball. And I am happy to be here. Yeah,
I love him already. He's a good boy. He's a good boy.
good boy. I'm a good boy.
And then, lastly but not least, the Danny you know.
Danny, you know? I don't think so. As sure many of you know, but for those who don't, I'm Danny, don't you know? I'm a very bad variety streamer on Twitch, and today I will be playing Garrett, the Eldritch Trickster Rogue. He is a wee gypsy lad that will happily con you out of your money in any way, shape, or form. Be it a false reading, perhaps, or you just fancy the game of chance, and I've got a trick or two up my sleeve. So, are you going to test your luck? Let's find out.
Oh, man. Beautiful. A beautiful cast for a beautiful game. But our adventure picks up in the land of Actron in the world of Teluria. In the southern corner of Actron, along the shores of the Merkez Sea, lays the wonderful bardic city of Collis. It's a city of art, music, festivities. And this week is a festival called the Week of Glass. It's an annual festival where people from all over come to the city to enjoy music, games, and the big event of a handful of amazingly talented artists making a stained glass window that'll hopefully win the prize to be put into the Bardic College itself. However, unfortunately for our group of players who have come to the city for the festivities, they've all received a letter from an old colleague, an old friend, informing them of his recent passing and asking them to all attend his funeral. Only a few miles outside of the city of Collis is the small town of Little Light. It's a mostly forested town with a little bit of hunting that helps support the city, lying probably about an hour's travel away. Our players find themselves heading towards Professor. I give myself terrible names. Kurgramoon, to go to his funeral. Each of them has their connection to this gentleman, which will hopefully be revealed in time as our story continues. I'm going to go ahead and have my players make their first roll of the game, being an initiative check to see who arrives at the town first. Players.
Oh shit! I lost where that is on the sheet. There it is. Okay, I found it.
Oh, we have a double 26. Double 26. We're going to get a roll off between Rex and. Oh, wait. Rev J has 27. Never mind. Well, we'll still need a roll off between Rex and Garrett, though.
So just have a quick roll.
Yeah. Quick rollies.
Should I roll again?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll go Garrett, then Rex. Well, yeah. So we will pick up with the wonderful Ephraim on his walk through the woods, down the trails, eventually arriving in this small little town. The town is mostly quiet today because probably most of these people are attending the festivities back at the city. 1 second, actually. Is the music going? The music is not going. I'm
I forgot how to do initiatives.
And you're slowly walking through. You've been here maybe once or twice, but that was years and years ago. You head through town, eventually hitting the hill that holds the small manor of the professors. You begin the trek up the hill, winding, eventually reaching the double door. What is the appearance and strut of our friend Ephraim?
Ephraim is making a casual stroll towards the manor, spending a lot of time looking around, observing other people, trying not to be too early.
As you approach, you do see shadows through one of the windows that there's people inside. It's hard to tell how many exactly. You approach, you knock on the door. It's a few moments before finally it cracks, and you see a half-orc woman dressed in a fine funeral garb, mostly blacks. She stands probably about 6'4" in height. She looks out to you. She's like, "Oh, hello. I'm assuming you're here for my father's funeral."
Yes, was a casual acquaintance of your father, the professor's. We had some long conversations over a glass of ale and a good pool game. I hope you won't mind my sudden appearance.
Of course not. We were informed to send an invite to a handful of people we never met. And what was your name?
Oh, yes, of course. My name is Ephraim Reyes.
Ah, yes, I remember that name. I wrote the letters.
Oh, well, thank you.
I'm
Marvelous penmanship.
Thank you. I'm K-Ray.
Oh, very good to meet you, Kere. Your father was a kind and intelligent man, and he will be missed.
You will indeed. You will indeed. Please come in.
Of course.
You're led into an open entry room. There's a couple seats off to the left. A display case with a handful of books and what you believe to be ancient artifacts that he probably dug up in his travels. Uh, you see a younger half orc, probably in his teens, late teens, kind of dressed to the occasion, but clearly not used to wearing nicer clothing. Uh, and he's sitting there, kind of just sitting there shyly. There's an older half orc, probably looks about the same age as the as K-Ray, in their more dressed appropriate, fine suit, and holds himself strongly. He looks a little frustrated. And you also see a older human gentleman kind of holding a large leather bag. He looks more clerical in nature. And they're kind of, there's a little small talk. There's a little tea set up on a little coffee table.
I nod occasionally to the person who glances in my direction. I make my way over to the books and kind of scan across the titles or spines or tip them out a little bit. And as I do, even though I don't recognize any of these, I occasionally let out a shake of my head, a nod of my head, or a little chuckle as if I'm remembering something that we had once done. And then having sort of past a little bit of time, I look for a place to get a drink.
Yeah, there's currently a tea set out with a handful of cups
Is it
that are
only
clearly
tea?
available. Currently that you see out at this moment is tea.
Very well. I pour myself a cup of tea.
The younger half orc just kind of gives you a nod as you come over, but seems to be just mostly staring down into his cup. Uh, but arriving a little bit behind our friend Ephraim is Garrett. Tell us, Danny, how does Garrett approach, and what is his demeanor and his look?
Garrett seems a little reluctant to be here. While Professor K had taught Garrett more of the magical ways that he uses in his cons and his scandals, he finds himself reminiscing about how they first met, how Garrett had tried to con him out of coin in a simple game. His feeble attempts to use magic to aid his endeavors, and while failing miserably, the professor was kind enough to offer his assistance, share his knowledge with him, and that is how Garrett ended up being so successful in his ways. So he's having a little trip down memory lane, hands in his pockets, fiddling with a particular silver coin from the pocket of his trousers. The same coin that he had tried to trick the professor with. And Yeah, he just seems a little bit reluctant, kind of dragging his feet a little bit as he makes his way up towards the manor.
And you eventually find yourself at the door. Give it a light knock, hearing some voices inside and seeing some movement through the windows, just like Ephron had before. A quiet moment passes before the door opens. Greeting you is the um, half-orc gentleman in his fine suit. He kind of looks down at you, kind of over his tusks. Kind of stares at you for a long moment. You must be one of my father's old colleagues, I assume.
You could say colleagues of sort. I'd say we are more friends than colleagues, but yeah, I guess you could say we're colleagues.
You don't understand why a bunch of strangers are being invited, but come on in.
Garrett takes a step in and replies, I wouldn't really say strangers after all. Like, I spent a good amount of time here, but hey, you can't meet everyone. I might be a stranger to you, but I wasn't a stranger to him.
Fair, fair, fair. Make yourself comfortable. Some tea. Go further look at some of his books. Still waiting on a few people.
No worries. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sure the old man will be missed.
But you step in to see the same scene as Ephron. There's a younger half-orc, the clerical individual. You see the woman currently shakily pouring herself a cup of tea. And you also see Ephron, the half-elven. Elven? Full elven. Full elven.
Elf.
But yeah, Garrett's gonna walk in. He's still gonna be dragging his feet a little bit. He seems even more reluctant to be here now that he's actually inside the building. Um, he's gonna take a look over at some of the stuff, see if there's anything he recognizes from from his time here. And he's just gonna find himself reminiscing a little bit because, after all, he was the one that taught him what he knew. And, he's not one for showing his emotions, but there's a slight frown that's appearing on his face.
Um, uh, Kere eventually walks over. Sorry, didn't introduce myself. I'm Kere. The professor was my father. And you are?
Blimey, is that you? You have grown quite a bit since I've last seen you. Looks at a completely different person from what he remembered. I assume he spent a good few years around these parts. Sure he would have had some interactions in the past, but as the years go, people change.
Indeed.
And,
Most of the interactions have been in passing. Never. Oh.
And, you might not remember me, but it's Garrett.
Garrett, right? You're the card shark.
You could maybe put a little bit of a nicer twist on it. You know, it's more of a fortune teller and card player. You know, not quite card shark. That's kind of
Father mentioned you a few times.
He just laughs awkwardly, just like, don't bring that up. Just in his head, he's just like, yeah, we bitch. Just like, I can't scandal people if they know.
Thank you for coming. I know he'd appreciate your support. Even though if my brother doesn't quite agree.
That's all right. It's everybody's gonna have their mixed feelings about people they don't remember showing up when it's more of a close family and friends. I'm just kind of bummed out I didn't give to give your old man one more game. See if I could finally beat him.
I think you would have liked that. Feel free to get yourself some tea. You could. My son's over there too. He's a little bit shy. And yeah, he
Alright,
points to the teenager half orc that's sitting at the chairs.
Looks like he just needs a little bit of game of cards, if you know what I mean. Something to cheer him up.
Perhaps you could get something going after everything.
Apologies for the coughing.
All good. You settle in, and
Gareth settles in. He's gonna take a step towards the wall and lean back against it. He's gonna be fiddling with like a singular playing card between his fingers, just as I said, reminiscing, looking a little down himself. He's not usually one to break like the nonchalant demeanor rather. But he's definitely a bit bummed about the situation, feeling the atmosphere in the room.
we zoom back out onto the path where we see our next individual making their way up. Good old Rex, Hawkeye. What is the demeanor and look and strut of the good boy?
Rex is probably not following the path exactly, and is started walking into town on his hind legs, but as he starts smelling smells that he recognizes, he gets all excited and he jumps down on his front legs too and starts doing kind of the trot of a dog that's just kind of, wandering the neighborhood kind of thing, and stops randomly for sniffs and things like that. But as he gets closer to the house, I don't know if he happens to see someone he recognizes, but he's just kind of nervously sniffing, kind of maybe checking out the rest of the house, trying to find things that he remembers, he smells, and eventually heads up towards the door on all fours. He's wearing his usual clothing. He has a small rapier on the back, as well as a bowl, and he has a little pouch that's around his neck. And he's just kind of slowly walking up towards the door.
Slowly approach, your keen ears picking up on some of the conversation and sounds inside. All the familiar scents hitting you, bringing you a flood of memories from years back. You eventually get there and you give the door a couple taps with one of your claws. A moment passes before the door opens to K-Ray, who first looks out and then slowly looks down at you on all fours. She looks like, Rex?
Kire! Hi!
Oh,
It's good to see you.
it's been so long.
How are you?
Oh, I've been better. Definitely been better. Come
Aw.
in. Please, come in.
Yes, I'll come. Yes. I'm so happy to see you, Kire. I'm so happy.
It is.
He's kind
it's
of
fantastic
wagging his
to see
tail a little bit.
you. Dad, look, it's Rex. And the
Thad!
fellow looks like,
Dad!
oh, the dog's here.
Hi, Thad. Thad. Hi.
Hi, Rex. Good glad you could make it.
I'm here too. Then. Hi. Good to see you.
Make yourself comfortable. He kind of looks awkward. He kind of steps out of the room for a moment.
Okay. And he'll kind of sniff around the room a little bit, and then he'll do a little circle right in the middle of the rug and just kind of lay down there, or probably sit at first and then kind of lay down.
You lay down there. The grandson, the teenager, kind of looks over at you. He's never met you before, only heard stories. He's kind of like eyeing you for a few minutes. And his mom eventually walks over and like whispers in his ear. And he's like, "Really? How did that happen?" Clear confusion.
I think if there was any hint or indication that they were talking about him, he would perk up and kind of do the like head tilt of like, is someone talking about me?
The puppy tilt. As soon as you do that, he kind of like looks right back down into his teacup.
little tail waggle, but he'll probably just stay where he's sitting.
You get comfortable on the carpet. And we will zoom back out to the path to the little Tantan.
So you hear, as I'm walking, you hear tap, tap, tap as my cane a little cane comes down, and with each step, the path behind me is just kind of frosted over, and you have it's just like icicles hanging off of all of his clothes. So he steps up to the door and just kind of taps at it with his cane, and just kind of stands there with his little snowman that comes up to his hip, and he's just kind of animated, and he's just kind of bobbing his head back and forth.
You slowly approach, little like frost following you. Everything, the icy patch is slowly melting away as you go. You eventually get to that door and you give it a few taps. And those of you inside see that, be like, oh, an excuse to not pay attention to Rex, and walk across the room quickly, open the door, and Tantan, you're greeted with the tall half-orc individual who slowly looks more and more down to catch you, because I believe you're only about 4 feet tall.
Correct.
And there's like a brief moment he kind of like rubs his shoulder as if feeling the slight chill that you bring. So when you're here for my father's funeral.
Sad, my darling. Yes, was so sad to hear about your father. And as he starts speaking, he just like one tear just kind of starts going down his cheek, and then it crystallizes.
Yes, it was most unfortunate and untimely. But please, didn't realize it was so chilly today. I thought it was spring. Come in.
And then as he starts to come in, he reaches down and into his familiar and pulls out a small jug and hands it to Thad. He's like, "This is the last mead that your father helped me brew, and I wanted you to have it." And then he just kind of blows his nose.
So that thank you. He seems quite happy about this. We'll open this up afterwards. Please make yourself comfortable. Get out of the cold.
So he steps in. The little frost, the snowman follows him, and he walks into the living room with Frost just trailing him.
Everyone kind of glances over at you as you come in, bringing that little trail of frost. Um, Lady Carey kind of looks at you for a moment and is like, "Oh, okay." Like there's a moment of recognition of she's probably heard stories about you.
He actually goes right up to Carrie and then grabs her hands and goes, "I'm so sorry about your father, my dear."
Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you could make it. Was it? I believe, Father, you said you were Tan. Is that correct?
Yes, darling, Tan. I'm from the village of Tan in the forest of Tan. We talked so long about Tanuki culture, and had so many questions for me. He
So,
helped me with our mead too, so it was a wonderful. It was always a wonderful conversation.
he knew how to make friends. That's for sure. Please make yourself comfortable. I would say get yourself a cup of warm tea, but can you have warm things?
Oh yes, warm tea is always so nice. It doesn't last very long, of course, but it's so nice.
With everyone already in there, the temperature in the room drops a few degrees.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, that's a wee bit chilly all of a sudden. What the hell? He just murmurs, looks up, and he realizes more people have arrived. Like,
So Tan and the snowman are going to go kind of sit on the carpet by Rex while they drink tea.
Hi.
Oh,
I'm Rex. How are you?
I'm Tan. How are you?
You're cold.
You're not.
I'm warm. I have fur. I like you.
I like you. You're so fluffy.
Ha 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 ha. Yeah. I'll probably start like walking, like kind of sniffing around you too, just letting you know.
So he's gonna he's gonna reach back into his snowman and pull out a little dog treat and just hand it to him.
Oh, yes. Oh. Just gonna pull it, like just take it and just start chewing on it, like right there. Sit down. Nothing else matters now.
Best friends.
that is like chewing on an ice cube.
Dogs like chewing on ice creams.
Yeah, exactly.
Very cold. Very treat.
Accurate.
Um, but we zoom back out to our last member to be coming to this funeral. Sid, please tell us about your character as they approach, their demeanor, their look.
Well, as I'm walking up the path and I'm seeing this ice trail, right, I'm rubbing my hands together, kind of nervous, backpack clinking with everything I have on me, and just very kind of put offish a little bit because I haven't seen the man in forever and or family, and so I'm just approaching with not necessarily caution, but just jitters, in a sense.
Mhm.
But I'll go ahead and I'll just finally get up to the building and knock on the door to announce that I'm there.
The knock, and after a moment, uh, Lady Carey approaches and opens the door. She looks out. Welcome. Uh, I'm Lady Carey, the Professor Kirkamun's daughter. You are?
Yes. I'm George, a friend of your dad's.
Oh,
I,
yes, I
I,
remember writing the letter to you. Thank, thank you for coming.
pleasure to be here.
Come in. I would say it's chilly outside, but it's actually probably chillier inside now. But I apologize. There's some warm tea.
Yeah. I'd love some tea. That'd be very nice. I appreciate it. And as he struggles to keep eye contact, and he's just like constantly moving his gaze away, just very nervous to be there.
Enter into the room. It's starting to get a little packed now, as all of y'all have started to file in and are taking your various. The center of the room is taken up by this dog individual, these two dog-like individuals, and a small snowman. The uh, Thad is nowhere to be seen right now. He took off with the mead. There's still probably an open chair on the couch.
Yeah, I'll go stand next to the the one propped up against the wall. He seems like he knows what he's doing.
And this moment, I will open the floor to you guys if you wish to interact with each other at all. Right. Have the next event happen.
I love that. Sorry, I saw Drag.
As he walks.
Go ahead.
As he walks in, Tan will stand up and go, "George, darling, I can't believe this happened." And then another crystal tear.
Hey, hey, Tan, long time.
It's been entirely too long. I generally don't leave Tan just because there's so much going on, and we are just frost locked all the time.
This is fair. I remember. I remember visiting.
I guess Rex will try to get a sense if anybody else in the room is a dog person, and will try to say hi to one of them. But I don't know if I have to roll for that or something.
Well, you can go up to any of the players without rules.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll go up to Garrett first and just kind of do the dog like stare. Hi.
Garrett's just busy like fiddling with like a playing card between his fingers. As he looks down, his peripheral vision, he's just looking at this dressed dog looking up at him. And there's a visible look of confusion on his face. He's like raised an eyebrow. He's just like, huh? He's trying to register what he's seeing.
I think Rex will probably just tilt his head a second, and then he'll stand up on his hind legs and kind of offer a pause and be like, "Hi, I'm Rex."
Right, there we go. That's better. Now I can treat you like a person and not a dog.
Ah,
And,
okay. I'll stand up more.
Garrett just like laughs awkwardly. He's just like, oh, this. It's just like in his head. It's just like this is a little bit weird. I know the professor had a couple of weird friends, but not quite like some of these people. Even though that's in his head, I'm still doing the voice for some weird reason. Um, he'll take the paw and give it a quick shake with his free hand, and he'll just be like, "Don't expect a treat because you just gave your paw and shaked it." And in a slight like teasing, playful tone, just like going back to his usual nonchalant demeanor.
Oh, I never expect treats. It's just I'm happy when I get them. They're best. Yeah, I'm I'm not uh Professor's friend. I was Professor's pet.
Pet? I think I would have remembered a pet.
Oh, I only lived with him for I think humans say about 2 months. I had an oopsies. I broke a bunch of bottles. And then I started learning how to talk and walk. And eventually, uh, Professor said, "You should go out and learn." So I did. And now I come back.
Hey, that'll definitely explain it then. That's why I don't remember a pet being around when I spent my time here. But by the looks of it, you certainly did learn. You're walking and you're talking and
I have problems with buttons, but otherwise I do pretty good.
probably means you're not very good at games, are you?
Oh, I love games. Do you like to play ball?
Uh, not quite playable. I'm more cards and dice are my thing.
Oh no, those I don't play those games. I like the games where I go get things and bring them back. Those are fun.
Right? Because who ever heard of a dog playing poker?
Oh, some do. I don't.
Oh, that was in bad taste. I apologize.
I don't taste it. It's fine.
But Garrett's gonna go back to just fiddling with the card between his fingertips. Just like rolling it around, just like a little bit of sleight of hand as he's talking. He's clearly a little awkward talking to a stranger at a funeral in such a casual way, but it's it should be expected dealing with a dog, but it's just not an
Yeah,
everyday situation.
he's not even gonna probably talk anymore. He'll just watch, and sometimes if something really impressive happens, his tail's gonna wag, but he's just like kind of observing the whole time.
He's just watching this card flick from finger to finger as kind of similar to a magician's like sleight of hand. Like Garrett picks up on it and he's just like it starts to get a little fancy and it's just like and the card disappears. A little bit of sleight of hand and it's just like slipped up his sleeve. Just to see the reaction.
Uh, I think it was literally just be like, "Ooh, good trick," and then it's just kind of like constantly watching, tilting the head, but just kind of not really talking anymore. More like just enjoying the experience. Just like I've met someone new and they do something new and I like it.
And as this whole transaction happens between these two, right? The fidgeting and the constant uh having a hard time to make eye contact just stops, and I'm deadlocked looking at the dog that just stood up on two legs. And I just, without making like moving any of my eyes, nothing, just still staring at Rex. I slowly like kind of lean. You go, Tan. It talked. No stutter, no nothing, just in shock. Tan. The dog talked.
Yes, he does.
Completely baffled.
Yes, darling, he does. He's such a good boy too.
Good boy. Back on the all fours. What? Good boy. I'm a good boy.
Is it rude to pet?
Uh, if you ask first, it's okay.
Can I pet?
Oh yes. And I walk over.
I'll go ahead and then that's when my hand fidgeting goes back to normal and I'll go ahead and start petting Rex.
Yeah, literally it'll be like kind of like just standing there like not saying anything, more like acting more like a dog would and just kind of leaning into it and just enjoying the moment, tail wagging like crazy.
Ephraim, is there anything you want to do? Moment.
At the mention of the balls, Ephraim pulls out a couple of billiard balls from a side pouch and just starts juggling, just casually in his hands.
Everyone wants the
If
attention of
I
Rex.
notice that, yeah, I'm going to start looking at that too, because that's exciting.
We're turning the place into a damn circus now?
Many balls. How do you catch them?
How do I catch them?
Yeah.
With my hands.
Oh. That's fair. I can't do that. I don't know how to juggle.
Come down to the tavern sometime. I'll try to teach you. Wait,
Okay.
wait. Do you have thumbs?
Nope.
We'll see what we can do.
I'm excited.
K-Ray steps out of the room, clearly going off to look for Thad, where he ran off to.
Ephraim is eyeing the room for Thad also, wondering where the mead went to.
Yeah, he disappeared into the hallway and never hasn't come back yet. Garrett, you said you were leaning against the wall, right?
Yeah. Garrett's leaning against the wall, just fiddling with a singular card.
Go ahead and give me a perception check. I'll also give Rex a perception check because Puppy set
Ooh,
good
okay.
years.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, perception check. That is a 14 plus my 8 is a 22.
22.
I only got an 18.
With the 22, Garrett, you're kind of leaning against the wall and you can kind of hear into the hallway. You can't make out exactly what's being said, but you hear a kind of muffled argument going on between K-Ray and Thad.
Garrett's gonna stop fidgeting with the card in his fingertips and quickly pocket it. He's gonna be a little sneaky, a little nosy, as he's identified that there is a little bit of a distress coming from the other side of what he's heard, and he's gonna stealthily follow along the wall and just see if he can get close enough to try and hear what they're saying.
Alright. Go ahead and give me a stealth check. See if you get close enough to make it more clear what's being argued.
That is a 18 in total.
18 in total?
Yes.
It's clear that probably some people in the room with you notice you're stepping away, but you don't think that Stat and K-Ray hear you sneaking along. You get a little closer and you hear Thad being like, "Don't know why anyone else is here. Why did we invite all these people? It was in the will, brother. It was in the will. We have to follow the will in order for everything. You know that's how it works." And the dog, where's Rex here? Come back out there bring the mead if you want. Pour it out for everyone. So I can share it. I don't want to share it. You work at a winery, brother. You can handle giving away some mead. But a moment later, they come out of what you believe to have been the kitchen. Stepping out, you kind of pop yourself away, back out. They don't
Mhm.
notice you. Um,
But,
stupid.
yeah, Garrett, after hearing it, it's as you said, pops back to his usual spot. He's intrigued to have learned that it was in the professor's will. It was why he was here and all these other people were.
A moment later, the two of them walk back in, holding enough glasses for everyone to have a glass of mead, if they so desire. I popped the bottle. Sorry, it took so long. It was a little frozen. Needed to warm it up. Anyone who would like some are welcome to it.
Ephraim tries to subtly move near the beginning of the pouring, and then slip to the end as well.
Very fair. A round of drinks go out. A moment, and eventually they.
Ten just buries his muzzle into the glass.
Uh, Rex takes off his bowl on his back and puts it on the floor, and then tips whatever was in his glass into the bowl, and then he'll drink that, lapping it up.
Wait, how does he grab the glass if he can't? If he's got
He'll
no
just tip it
opposable
over.
thumbs?
It'll be
Just
very
tip-
messy. He
Oh,
doesn't.
Lord.
He doesn't grab it so much as tips it over.
Like
I'm
takes
just
it in
waiting
his,
to.
just takes it in his mouth and just tilts his head like.
Yes, exactly.
I'm just waiting to see how he uses that rapier. Tie this on my head.
Quick!
Holds it in his tail.
It is absolutely delicious, the mead. And he did warm it up, so it's a bit of a warm mead. Especially after being sitting in a snowman for who knows how long. You're enjoying the cups. Eventually, the human older gentleman in clerical robes speaks up. Kara, is this everyone? Oh, yes, Neem, Father Neem. I do believe this is everyone. All right. If you could come join me in the study. And he'll lead you guys through the door into the study. There's a fire going in the fireplace, many bookshelves, another display case of various ancient-looking items. His old desk still covered in papers. And a couple windows out to the yard overlooking the town. And
Hey, Rev, I have a question. Is
Good.
the desk the same desk that Do I recognize the desk? Because that, I guess, is my question.
You recognize the desk. It's not the desk of potions that you ran into.
Okay, gotcha. All right. He's not
Probably
as
just a
nervous about
desk you chewed on or something.
that. Maybe as a little, maybe as a puppy. You know, I do see the fireplace though, so that seems like the spot. I'm gonna walk in front of that and do a circle, half circle, and just plop down in front of that.
Yeah. You all slowly file in here. There's not as many seats in here as there was in the other room, so people have to stand. There's a few moments for everyone to get situated before Neem begins to pull out from his leather bag a handful of books and begins reading through to make sure he's got the right ones, get everything in order. And RJ posting in the wrong chat. And the first bit of this is pretty like standard about splitting the finances between the daughter and the son. Who's going to be get the land and various other treasures of the household. Before Neem eventually turns to the rest of you. I'm sorry, Thad and Kere. It's in the will that you can't be here for this part. Thad looks up in complete confusion. Kere kind of putting a hand on his shoulder. What do you mean? It's in the will that what is to be read next is only read to these 5 individuals. I apologize. Oh, that's no. We're supposed to know everything going on there. They shouldn't be getting anything from this. They're just here for the funeral. It's okay, brother. Let's just make it easy. Let's get this over with so we can get all this behind us, get our father in the ground, and move on. This is a load of shit. But they slowly do rise and leave the room to you guys. I apologize. He kind of, and it takes a moment going through and he pulls out a letter and begins opening it. This is for you all. Once you make sure the door gets locked and everyone's out of the room. Yeah. He begins to read. Dear old friends and colleagues, I know it has been many years since I taught any of you, wrote to any of you, and I apologize for that. I've fear for my life in this moment that I write this. I have found clues to a plot happening in my very home. There's been people going missing, both in Collis and the surrounding regions. And I think they're being funneled through here, into the forests. I don't believe that my death will be an accident if you are receiving this. So, I ask you, old friends, do an old professor one last favor. Find out what happened to me. Solve this mystery. Put whoever's responsible behind bars or in the ground. Looks at the letter for a moment later. Longer. It also says that technically the Lady and Lord are not allowed to receive the full inheritance until this mystery is... his death is proven either an accident or purposeful.
May I ask how he went?
Sorry, what was that, Sid?
I was asking. May I ask how he went? How he died?
According to the hunter who found him, he tripped and fell in the woods on a nightly hike. He was found a few miles out. Hit his head. That's what we know.
Ah, the good old tripped and hit your head story. I've heard that one too many times.
That can't possibly be true. He was an expert hiker.
He was getting
What
old.
time of evening? What time of day did this happen?
His body wasn't found until, we believe, the morning after, by one of the local hunters.
So, just a point of clarity, it's just the five of us and the state lawyer, for lack of a better term.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Can I see if what's the? I'm just gonna call him Professor. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Can I see if the professor's in the room? Dead, obviously. The spirit.
Yeah. Go ahead. Make me... Go ahead and make me an occultism roll.
What?
An occultism, please.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Is it gonna pick a number? 9.
9 total.
Yeah.
So real quick, we got a raid. Welcome in, Eldritch Dream. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to the community one shot. You close your eyes for a moment, reaching out with your extra senses, and you wait for a moment, but feel no connection to any spirits.
I guess I'd like to. I don't know. I'm automatically thinking I have to find something, so I'd like to start sniffing around the room and see if there's anything that smells out of place compared to what the professor. This is the professor's house, so if there's something that seems off, is there a way for me to do that?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception, so you can
Okay,
sniff things out.
Just a 19.
Just 19. You're sniffing around, and you're getting hit by a lot of old, familiar smells, bringing back old memories. Sniffing around. There's a few new smells, but you're gonna check those things out, and there's just new items that weren't here that he hadn't received when you were living here. You get the smells of both Thad and K-Ray and the grandson, Miru. Clearly some people have been in here and probably looked through things. And then there's one other smell that is 100% unfamiliar. It's a person smell, but not any of the smells of any of these people here. And so it's around the desk. Like someone came and searched this desk.
I'd start like really focusing and like really sniffing around the desk. Just trying to see if I can pick up anything else. Does he keep things in here? Important things?
That is where he did most of his work. His studies. I don't know what he kept in there.
Why do you ask, Rex?
Something smells funny.
Hey, what is it? What do you found, boy? What do you find?
New smells. Someone different, someone here. Is there any specific drawer that it smells more from? Or something like that? Or is it just general waft of like a
It's
different
general
person?
waft, like someone came through and was like, spent a lot of time rummaging, but then making sure everything looked fine afterwards.
Someone stood next to this desk long time. Not the professor. New person.
Right, so there's a little bit of a mystery person.
The estate person, the one handling the will, did we get a sense of who he was before he was reading the will? Like, was there an introduction? So,
Yeah,
like, how well did he know
he
the
is
professor?
introduced as Father Neem. He is a priest of Pharasma, the goddess of death and the moving, the will of souls. Generally, someone you'd expect to be handling the will and a funeral such as this.
And it's not his smell, correct? It's not.
No, it's not his smell.
I kind of assumed that's what you meant, but I just wanted to make sure.
Because you've gotten his smell.
Yeah.
Take a look at Father Neem, look him in the eye, and just like try to see if there's any like subtle like hints of maybe deception, maybe
Yeah.
any like nervous tics.
Go ahead and give me the
perhaps.
perception.
It is a 16.
16. Kind of looking him over. He seems like quite the honest man. Clearly done a lot of this type of stuff before, though. Probably never had to deal with a proper murder mystery. He seems a little nervous about the fact that he had to kick out the son and daughter.
But nothing particularly dishonest about
No,
this.
he seems perfectly honest.
This man, he seems. Yeah. He's a man of faith.
Mm-hmm. Everything seems to be in order.
I try to slip out unnoticed. I was already standing near the door.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and roll a stealth. Get out with anyone. Oof.
Stop your
Maybe
foe.
not.
Everyone hears the door. And see Ephron slip out the door.
Someone's clearly in a hurry.
If no one follows me, I go look for Thad.
Anyone following Ephron or?
No, I'm obsessed with this new smell. I'm gonna figure this out.
Was that everything in the letter?
Yeah.
That was everything. No boot to the heads for anyone.
No boots to the head.
And I leave Garrett a boot to the head. Rev got it, I'm happy. I made the DM laugh. But I'm gonna stick in the room. I'm curious to see what Rex has picked up on. I'm familiar. I should be familiar with the office. Garrett should be familiar with the office as well. Of course, some stuff has changed in the course of time, but hey, if a dog senses the smell, senses something new, there must be something.
Tantan or George?
When we showed up, is it an open casket here? Or is it a closed casket?
You
What's
haven't seen the casket yet.
Can I go to where the casket is?
If you ask where the casket is, they inform you that it's in the dining room. Correct.
So it is on the premises, though.
It's on the premises, yes.
Sweet.
So
Okay.
1010 will turn and go out the door and go to the casket.
As well. In the end, you two end up following Ephron. As Ephron goes off to look for Thad, you do end up in the dining room. And on the main table right now is the casket. It is closed. And both Thad, Kere, and Miru are all in there. As you walk in first, Ephron. Go and roll me a quick perception as you walk in, see if you catch anything.
Sure. $13.
13. It's so weird that your perception is not working. Okay. Still mad about that. Yeah, you walk in. You see Thad is clearly frustrated, and Kara is trying to soothe him. Mira is just kind of looking nervous in the corner. But you don't catch the words as you enter because they both glance up in your direction as soon as you step in.
I see the casket there. Is it open?
It is currently closed.
Okay.
Looks like it was recently closed. It's not like sealed. It's just the top zone.
I kind of glance over at Thad and see if he meets my eye.
He does. He's kind of like staring at you as you come in.
I make a sort of deliberate glance over to another door that we might slip out to talk, and then start heading that way.
You can step out into the side hallway, and he follows you a moment later.
Okay.
So what's this all about?
Well, it seems that there is a puzzle of a sort. You know how the professor was. It seems that the matters of his will not be released or settled until the puzzle's resolved.
Can't the old man just leave us in peace?
Yes, I'm sorry. But if the five of us can wrap the matter up quickly, can get this resolved, and everyone can get on with their lives. So, I noticed you're a bit frustrated. Is there any particular reason? Somebody been causing some trouble?
I just want to get back to my business. Been away too long already.
Oh, what do you do?
I run the seaside vineyard over on Blackridge.
Oh, I see.
It's a couple days travel down the coast is this vineyard, this town called Blackridge, where a lot of vineyards are worked.
I think I've had some wine from there. It's delicious.
Some of the best. The old man goes in trips. Now I'm stuck out here for a few weeks.
Tell me, you say he goes for trips. Was he prone to walking in the middle of the night? Was he restless a lot?
You know how I was, always traveling the world, now he can't sit still.
Let's see.
Disease wasn't gonna help him. He's a fool to go out there
Disease?
alone.
What disease?
Yeah. Orcarium. It's a disease that hits our folks that get too old. It's a leftover byproduct of our Orcus ancestry where we're supposed to die young in battle. Not meant to get old.
I see.
He was a fool. Knowing his old legs, he just... Simple thing. He tripped, he fell, he's dead. Move on. And if you help make this end quickly, I can put a little bonus in for you.
Oh, no, that's not necessary. But certainly would like to get the matter resolved for the old man. Well, if you can, the hunter, who did the hunter come to when he was found?
Oh, Until I think is his name.
The
Kairos.
hunter's name?
Yes. One of the local guards who... Kara's already here visiting for... We were both visiting because of the festival going on in Collis, and now we can't even go to that. But she was the first one to interact with him.
I see. Okay. Well, if you notice anything unusual going on or see anything that might remind you of your father's kind of clever wit or creativity that might be a clue to this puzzle he's laid out, uh, please feel free to let me know. Maybe we can get this resolved a little quicker.
For sure let you know. Like I said, it's cut and dry. There's no puzzle here.
Well, you know how your father was. He kind of like just make things more complicated than they needed to be sometimes.
That he did.
If it's not clear, I'm trying to get him to confide in information in me without revealing that we're investigating the death specifically.
Yeah, and you get the clear picture that he thinks it was completely an accident, completely his father's own fault.
Okay. And then I'll slip back into the room with the casket, which after they've done a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. George and Tintin, you come into the room with the casket just as Ephron and Thran step out. Or Thad, sorry.
I'm still gonna be kind of searching to see if I see any wandering spirits or if I see him, in particular, like near his own body.
Go ahead and roll me an occultism.
All right.
Just real quick. Rex, you just got a hero point. There should be a little spot for hero points on your character sheet.
Hero point.
16.
Thank you.
Just to remind my players, you can use hero points to re-roll any dice roll.
Ooh.
You enter in, George and Tintin right behind you. You see the casket, and you know, generally speaking, with your past and your abilities, that spirits often usually linger near the body. You kind of go inspect the casket, trying to see if you can spot any lingering spirits, and you are able to, because like I said, the casket isn't sealed. You can push it open slightly, and you do see the cleaned up body of the professor. But it's strange. Spirit's nowhere to be found.
So as I get up to the casket and look at the body, with my background as a back alley doctor, what do I perceive anything about how he might have died?
Go ahead and roll me a medicine. Lady Mistel is out here giving everyone 0 points.
I'm all for that. Thank
Besides
you.
Rex. Because Rex
Great.
was
Well, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
You look at the body and like it's clearly been cleaned up, doctored up a little bit. But on the old half-orc's side of his head, you do see the hemorrhaging and damage to the skull. It's been, kind of patched up a little bit to look nice for an open casket, but that's all your quick glance look gets for you. George, it is especially strange that the spirit isn't here. The other place that it might be is at the place of death, or it was taken and prevented from moving on.
Hey, Jantan, how far was um how far was that hike again? Do you remember?
No, it was a few miles out.
Miles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eventually, Ephraim and Thad walk back in.
Is the casket open when we walk in?
Tan, George, you guys leaving it cracked right now?
I believe Jantan was still looking at it.
So yes, it is cracked.
Ephraim walks over and says, "Oh, good. I didn't get to pay my respects." And I look into the casket and can I do a medicine check to see if I can notice anything
Yeah, go ahead and
about
make
the
me-
body?
go ahead and make me medicine.
I was deliberately not paying attention when they were looking at the body before.
20. You glance in over George and Tan, kind of getting an eye on it. You also see the damage to the skull from the hit. You also note that one of his right arm was probably broken in the fall as well. There's a certain looseness to it if you kind of do a quick examination. Uh, the 20. It's hard to completely tell because, like I said, the body's been re-doctored up. But it kind of looks like the head injury may have happened after death.
Oh, is the head injury in an appropriate place for a fall?
I'm so
And
glad
is
you
it
asked that.
consistent with the damage to the arm?
Um, it is consistent with the fall. It's hard to tell not knowing where he fell. You'd have to see the proper, like the place of death. But it does look like a head injury that if you hit a rock when falling could have caused. Um,
So, Rev, I will comment that with my medicine roll, I was 1010 was definitely thinking, yep, that's a body.
um, without like having taken the time to like roll up the sleeve and like really
Yes.
examine the arm, it's hard to tell.
If it's possible, I'd like to like start actually kind of looking through drawers along with who was with me next to the desk?
Garrett.
Garrett. Yeah, I'd like to try to start looking and see if we might get clues of like anything that might be misplaced or missing, even though we don't really know his stuff. But
Mhm. You
I'm just gonna start opening drawers and sniffing.
you open some of the drawers. It's a lot of papers. There's a lot of inks. Unfortunately, the bottom two drawers on either side are locked. Um, so you go to those and it's just.
Hmm.
But the top drawers, yeah, it's a lot of paperwork. A lot of it kind of nonsense to you. Um,
Is there more smell coming from any of the locked, like near the locked drawers?
go
Do you
ahead
think
and
that
give
it's-
me another perception.
All right, all right. Where did I put my character sheet? There it is.
And
Just a 13 this time.
can I
You're having
be a little bit sneaky with the drawers and try to unlock them?
yeah. You may attempt. You may attempt a thievery. Rex, you're kind of sniffing. You're not getting any specific one giving you more of a nudge than the others, unfortunately.
That is a nat 20.
All right.
Um, you the cleric at this point is kind of just looking through his paperwork. Doesn't seem to be paying too much attention to you guys. Seems to be prepping for like the next part of the um, ceremony here. You kneel down. Well, Rex is like going back and forth, almost accidentally giving you cover, and you quickly unlatch the drawer on the right, and you can pull it open. There is a small lockbox inside, and two books.
Do any of the titles on the books stand out? Are they more like diaries or journals?
Um, one of them is clearly a history book on very, very old Actron, um, pre the formation of the kingdom. The other one is more of a journal-looking book.
I'm gonna quickly pick up the journal-looking book and try to find the most recent page that was perhaps last written in before Professor's last
Okay. You flip towards the end, looking for um, last pages of writing. You eventually get to a date from about 2 weeks ago. Um, talking about the missing people, how it's just, people most would forget about a random traveler here, a beggar here, a random um, orphan, and just like people that most would forget about and like wouldn't link together, but he's clearly putting some sort of dots together. And he mentions he's going to start heading off into the woods to see if he can find any signs of where these missing people are going, disappearing to. And you flip to the next page and it's torn.
Right, well, maybe that's where cousin Jeffrey went. He went missing a couple of weeks ago.
Who?
The takes one look at the torn page again, and then puts the journal back in the drawer and takes a look at the lockbox. Is it locked?
It is.
It is locked.
Mm-hmm.
May I make the attempt
You may
to
make the
open it
attempt.
with my thieves' tools?
That thievery check.
Thievery check is a 16 in total.
16. This one is a little more complicated than the outside lock. It's a smaller, finer lock. Find that you're having difficulty with it, but go ahead and roll me a perception.
Perception. That is. Ooh, that's a 10.
You
Is there any way I can help with perception? Probably not, right?
not in this situation.
That's fair.
Um,
Just figured I'd ask.
you pick it up and you're given a little bit of work and you're having too much trouble. You're like, you knew that the press visit did keep some pretty complicated locks for his more valuable things.
Is there anything like magical about the set lock, perhaps?
If you want to if you have detect magic, you may cast detect magic.
I do have detect magic as a innate spell.
Okay. You may do your little minor casting of detect magic. What does Garrett's magic look like?
Oh, that's a very good question. Damn, you put me on the spot here.
Sorry.
Oh,
you can think about
let's
it.
see. It's let's see. What do Harrow's magic look like? Let's see.
Like our cards part of his somatic components, or
Yeah, we could probably throw some cards in there. Probably throw maybe he cycles through a specific type of card. Like unpockets his deck and starts flicking through the cards, find the one that relays most to the situation, and channels his magic into said card. And the card gives like a faint, like magical glow, like a little bit eerie to it. As a way to activate detect magic. That's probably the best way to describe it. Is a lot of arcana and cards at play when it comes to his magic, using them as a magical focus.
do the quick sort of card trick, and your eyes glow for a moment, and you get this faint aura of abjuration magic around the lockbox. If you focus on it a little bit longer, there is another aura underneath it that is actively fading away. It's actively getting weaker.
Underneath the lockbox, so
Like
not inside it?
Inside, like underneath.
Oh, inside.
The aura.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is something certainly magical inside. magical in nature, not the
Or
lock
was.
itself. Or was. Can I give the box just like the gentlest little shakes to see if anything maybe rattles or rolls or
You
any evidence that there is something in there?
give it a little shake. There's no noticeable movement or change. It's either well cushioned in there, stable, or there's nothing in there.
Yeah. Garrett's gonna look a little bit puzzled. Because under the assumption that the box might be empty from what he can tell so far, why would someone lock a box after maybe taking something out of it to begin with? The only thing I can think to do is to continue fiddling, trying to get this lockbox open. Unless Rex has anything that he would like to add or say.
I would say Rex is just sniffing still, like insistent that this smell has the secret. Like that's all it is. It's like one track mind right now. And until something
Full
distracts
full
him
dog
enough to
mode.
stop, yeah. He'll just be kind of back and forth, sniff across the whole desk, insistent that he's gonna figure it out.
Like Scoob, I can't get the lockbox open.
Ruh-roh, Reggie. No. Sorry, couldn't help it. I hope we don't get a copyright strike.
Yeah, for you saying Ruh-roh, Shaggy. I will allow you one more thievery check. The DC has gone up.
That is a 14 this time.
Yeah, this lock is a lot more complicated.
I'm gonna
difficult
poke
than
my
you
head up from behind the desk. Like, Garrett's so nonchalant and casually. Like they're here to solve what's going on. There's no harm. He should have probably just asked to begin with, but old habits die hard, you know. So he picks his head up from behind the desk and looks at the father, and it's just like, you don't happen to know where the key for this thing is, do you? And he just like holds the lockbox up in his hand.
He goes and opens his leather bag up and does pull out a small set of keys. Looking through them, like looking at the lockbox, he's like, nothing in his belongings for something that small.
Great. Would one of those keys happen to open this other drawer down here? Then there's another locked one down here, and rather than I could open it myself, you know, but yeah, I fiddle about when there's the easier option, you know.
Of course. He kind of keeps going through the keys and he goes over and he tries a couple on the drawer, eventually pulls it open. Inside is a handful of more paperwork, some what look like various projects and theses he's working on. Underneath it all, you do find a dagger from this old cold iron dagger.
Didn't think the professor wanted to keep such things in his desk. Neither he took interest in it for a reason, or maybe he thought something was coming after him. Grabs the dagger with his free hand and inspects it over.
I will say that as the drawer was opening, Rex's nose is right in there. But yeah, I'm not
just in there, just
doing the
the cold wet nose against the hand, just like
how dogs do that thing where if you open a drawer and they're nearby, they want to sniff it. That's exactly it. It's just like first, like just in the way, not realizing that you were trying to get in there too. But
he just puts his hand on Rex's like forehead and just like you know where you're like wrestling with a dog, like trying to push them back and they keep pushing back and forth.
Yeah,
it's just like easy now, boy, and there's no treats in here.
What?
Just give me a moment.
What is it? What is it?
Go and roll a Arcana.
Kana. That is a total of 17.
17. You do glance it over, fully registering that it's cold iron. And cold iron is something you've heard of that is a material, a metal that is more effective in fighting off demons and fae. So you're kind of glancing it over as well, and you see the um, smallest markings of runes carved into it as well.
And it smells like the professor's, right? It's not like a.
It smells
smell.
old, and you get the professor smell on it, and really old.
Got it. Got it.
As I'm familiar with runes myself, am I able to identify what these runes are?
Yeah. So you do pick up a +1 striking cold iron dagger.
Well, I'm sure the professor must have had this for a reason. Like I said, might have I've just taken interest in the nature of the ruins itself, or he thought something was coming after him. But I'm sure he won't mind if I hold on to this for now.
It's pretty old. So if it's been there. Yeah.
Rex, go and give me a perception.
Okay. Oh shoot, where's my? There it is. Okay. I always click away from my character sheet. I should move it over.
Wow.
Ooh. I like that
Amongst some of the papers that you're kind of like pushing your head through a bit, there's one with drawings on it, and one of the drawings kind of catches your eyes, and it's a drawing of like an amulet of a 3-headed creature, a head of a dragon, a head of a lion, and a head of a goat.
Lion, goat.
And there's a little, like, written in the bottom, a question of who are they?
Look at this. And grab it with my mouth and pull it out.
Garrett turns his head, looks at this dog with this piece of paper hanging in his mouth, and just like, right, you drop it, don't chew.
It's important.
I know it's important. That's what I'm saying. Don't chew it. It goes to take it like ever so carefully, just in case.
He like drops it in your hand. He's not like
Okay.
chewing it. He's carrying it.
He might think it's a chew toy. He might want to play a bit of toy.
Excuse me.
He might want to play a bit of toy.
It's not my ball. I'm perfectly fine with carrying. I'm a retriever. I would like you know.
But Garrett takes the piece of paper that is dropped to him, and it inspects the drawing of the lion, the goat, and the dragon head.
What does it mean?
That is a very good question. Is there any noticeable like any words, anything maybe on the back of this particular piece of paper, or anything that might give us a hint or a clue?
Yeah, there's just the letter at the bottom says, "What does it mean?" Like in a quick scroll. On the back, you see a small list of names, which you think links to the people who went missing.
Wait,
well,
name? Let me clarify. Names?
Yeah, there's
Were
a
on
little
the
list
back?
of like 5 or 6 names on the back.
and these are the names of the people that went missing. Did you say?
That's what you can make. The
Oh, that's
connection.
that's the assumption from what I've read so far. Okay. Honestly not this. It's certainly a puzzle. That's for sure. As he's gonna fold up the piece of paper. It's clearly a piece of evidence. Not quite quite a starting point because it's leaving more questions than answers currently. He's gonna pocket the dagger on his belt. Was the dagger just on its own? Did it come with a scabbard or?
No, it was on its own.
Just on its own. He's just gonna tie it to one of the mini buckles on his belt, and then he's gonna pocket the lockbox in his bag for now. Right, Rex, find a key, a little tiny key. It
Right.
probably smells like iron. I know that's
Okay.
probably.
Leaving the room, literally smelling for whatever might smell like iron and the professor.
So much in here.
Not the easiest task, I know, but
I'm sure that I'm bouncing from like spot to spot, spot to spot. I mean, I think by now I probably do know what a key is, but it's like that's
Yeah.
the smell I'm looking for. And it's like, oh, first I see this. Oh no, that's a cup. Oh, I see this. No, that's the banister. Oh,
he just comes back making this pile of fucking random items. It's like, no, Rex, that's not a key.
But I'm willing to like search until I think find a key. Yeah.
Okay. You're out doing your back and forth. You guys are slowly kind of like reconvening from each of your little escapades to try to solve this mystery.
I was gonna say I would suggest to Tantan and George that we reconvene with the others. And maybe catch Rex on the way in and be like, we should talk about what we found.
I haven't found the key. And he keeps going.
What key?
It's the key.
Who needs a bloody key?
Garrett.
At the mention of the key, I kind of storm into the room where George and Rex were. Like, what do you need a key for? Oh, damn it. Internet dropped.
Oh no.
Okay, I think I'm back.
But like I said, as you're reconvening, Neem eventually finishes some stuff in his paperwork and kind of looks out the window and he's like, "Oh, well, everyone. I believe it's time we take the professor out and get this ceremony going. Would anyone be willing to help carry the casket?"
Yes.
Yes,
Stand up.
but
Tantan's ears kind of go up.
Are you are are we burying him tonight? Today?
Yes, this is the plan now that you're all here.
given that we've been asked to investigate the matter, I think it would be appropriate to ask people to leave the room with the casket so that we can prepare for the final burial, and also so that we may do a final inspection, but of course not telling the family that matter. It seems inappropriate to bury the body while there is still a question of his death. By the way, he did not die by falling.
Tantan will just kind of gasp and hold his pearls.
The blow to his head was posthumous.
Right, that means it happened after he died, right?
Yes. Somebody tried to cover it up.
That don't surprise me in the slightest.
So I'm suggesting to the attorney or the priest that he basically clear out the room with the casket so that under the guise of preparing it before the burial, so that we can then go in and actually do a better check of the body.
All right, go ahead and give me a diplomacy.
No problem. Where's diplomacy? There it is.
Ooh.
22.
31.
um,
What? Why does that not add up right?
Did you have a plus 12?
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, I do have a plus 12. That's right. I saw a 19, but that was somebody else's die.
Oh.
No.
Threw me off.
It was Rex's die. Tricking you. He nods for a moment. I have that his children might not be keen on it, but I will.
Again, don't tell them that we're going to inspect the body. It's just a matter of protocol before laying the body to rest. Just to make
Do
sure
my
everything's
best to convince them to step out. They've been pretty protective about staying close.
Yes, that's a concern. When the priest leaves, I also let them know that I let the rest of the group know that Thad tried to bribe me to hurry up and solve the puzzle that the professor had left.
Well, I've dealt with some greedy folk in my day, but I don't know. Something don't seem quite right about that one.
That seems a little too obvious, but perhaps. If he were really the guilty party, then he's either a fool and terrible at covering up his deceptions, or it's not him. I think
it's someone. I think it's someone new. I smell someone new. Someone who's not here. And they were going through the drawers, like we were going through the drawers, Garrett. We were going through the drawers.
We were going for the drawers. You know,
In a good way.
right.
Good.
Yeah,
things.
in a good,
We found
in a good way.
I smelled something different. I smelled something different. It doesn't smell like fat.
What were you talking about earlier with the key?
Oh, I was looking for a key that smelled like the professor.
Why?
To open a box.
I just a wee little lockbox.
Do you mind if I have a look?
Yeah, no worries. It's just be careful. There is something magical in nature maybe lingering inside, and you know the professor. Yeah, if you open it, it might go bang in your face.
Yep.
So I'll do a detect magic spell on the.
And how does
on the
Ephron's magic look?
Ephraim's magic works sort of like coincidental magic. So for detect magic, he just kind of catches like a glint of something out of the corner of his eye or whatnot. It's all like sleight of handy kind of. It's all very like subtle, circumstantial things. Just kind of happen.
And there's that brief flicker across the eyes as they get that brief glow to see the magical auras. And you also see this abjuration aura around on the box itself. And at this point, you can see this very faint other aura. You can't identify it because it is so faint underneath.
Ephraim sets a case down on the table and opens it up that he's been carrying around. That inside is like one of those sort of recessed cases that's where it carefully fits the two parts of his pool cue that can be like slotted together, like a professional pool player carries. But rather than pulling the pool cue out, he just kind of lifts up the whole section that holds it in place, and then underneath there's this bundle of leather that he pulls out, and he just kind of like rolls it out on the table, and it's a set of thieves' tools, and he just goes to work on the lock.
May I also
You don't just keep those in your pocket.
No, someone might check my pocket. Is it thievery?
Yes,
Is the
it
roll?
is 3 free. 27.
Ooh.
And you spend a moment there working the lock. It is a very fine lock, a true masterpiece. And you have to switch to finer picks before you finally get it. And you just hear the lightest click. And the latch falls open, and the kind of top goes up just ever so slightly, creaking open.
I take a little hop back, expecting something bad to happen.
I stick my nose into try to opening up the box.
Rex, no! Just grabs him by the jacket, the collar of his jacket, and just holds him back slightly.
Rex, go ahead and make me a reflex saving throw.
Yes. All for this. Okay.
I open it. You make the save.
21. In thanks partially to Garrett grabbing you as well. And you hear this like faint like build up of electricity, and kind of your hair stand on it, and there's like the whole box kind of lights up for a moment. You get pulled back by Garrett, and you're pulling back yourself when it's happening, and leaves that staticky smell in the air, ozone smell. But you successfully
a
avoid-
literal yip, like I like the dog does if they potentially like accidentally stepped on her or something. Yeah, I can't do it myself, but
Just fucking-
yeah, that's it. That's it.
But you do knock the lid open, and all you guys see in the box is now a fading rune. That was probably the trap.
And that's it. The box is otherwise
The box
empty.
is empty.
Oh,
Right.
clever
Does it-
trap.
Does it smell like the mystery smell, or does it smell more like the professor?
Roll me perception.
Yeah, I'm all about this. I'm gonna solve this through my nose.
The
23?
nose.
There is the obvious smell of the professor lingering here, but you also catch the smell of the foreign individual.
Somebody got into this. Someone or something or someone else besides the professor messed with the box.
Right, well that confirms what I thought earlier. Like, it seemed a little strange that someone had the box and left it locked again, and then. But the reason for a room like that one, not quite sure why. They must have known someone would go sticking their nose in their earwax.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just excited. I'll try not to stick my nose in things.
Garrett just shakes his head. Just he's not angry. He's not angry. He's not like the bad dog. It's just like these people. This dog.
As you guys investigate this box and wait for the priest to get the family members out of the room, we will zoom out for the moment and take our quick break here. Everyone get up, get a snack, get something to drink, stretch a little bit, and we'll be back in about five minutes.
Big stretch. Okay, yeah.
um, yeah. See you guys all in a few. Howdy, y'all. We're back. Back from the break. Hopefully, everyone got up, stretched, took care of themselves, and are ready for the second half of this murder mystery that has unfolded before us.
And as is normal, Hooray Jamie always does better than me on Eldritch Blast.
Jamie is the best warlock. Yeah. So previously, our band of adventurers slowly approached the manor of their old late friend. Met the family, met some of each other, and then were informed through the will that they were to essentially solve the professor's death, because he believed that if he died, it was not going to be some accident, not going to be natural. There was something else behind it. The party took on this request quickly, and they all split off in their various pursuits to try to gain clues. A lockbox was found, a cold iron dagger was found, the scent of a unknown individual was picked up. Uh, the spirit was nowhere to be found by George, with his ability to register the lingering ghosts of the recently fallen. And the son, Thad, seemed to be trying to bribe Ephraim to get this whole matter over with and finished and get it all claimed to be an accident, because that's what he believed it to be. But we pick up back with the group, having just opened the lockbox to find it empty and trapped, and the priest coming back in to the room. Well, unfortunately, Thad is unwilling to leave the room, leave the casket until it is buried. I tried to convince him that it was necessary, but he said that he wants to see all the rites done and himself and get this over with. Sorry.
Then the question remains, do we somehow insist upon inspecting the body, the cause of death? Or do we risk allowing it to pass by our grasps?
I'm not quite one for rummaging around a dead body, especially one of someone that I knew. He said he got bashed on the head after he died. I think that's evidence enough to probably go have a look around where they supposedly found him.
Yes, but it doesn't tell us how he died.
I mean, you got a blood kissing cat, it could have been poison, could have been magic, it could have been anything these days.
I have an idea. And I'm going to walk out the door and start sniffing the ground. But I'm going to be going towards the body, and I'm going to kind of just walk around the whole room. And I'm purposely not going right next to the body, but I want to just smell around the room and see if I get anything that suggests something different than like a poison or something. I don't know. But I just want to smell near the body because I haven't been to the body yet, because I don't know if anyone sees me, but as soon as I like walk in, different, like it's like if you've ever seen a dog sad, it's like the tail's not wagging anymore, and it's just like kind of,
Yeah.
yeah, I had not been going in there on purpose, but now gonna just go kind of around the perimeter and just smell as if I was looking for something else.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception. Oof.
Oh, yeah, I'm too sad.
Yeah, you go in there and you're sniffing, but your eyes just keep looking up at the coffin in there, knowing that your bestest friend lay in there. His smell is stronger in here.
Oh, there's a hero point. Maybe I should use one of those.
Yeah. You can only
I
have a
got two
max
now.
of 3.
Yeah, let's use one of them now that I see that. Okay, I'm not even gonna add it in. I'll just do it now. Just roll it again.
Wow. What
Oh.
a flip.
Nice.
Oh man. Almost a perfect
Okay.
flip. Um
Oh.
you're looking up at the body game that's Melvin. That predetermines you that you need to find something. You need to find a clue. You need to find some sort of trace. Um you start sniffing around, going around the room. Thad is avoiding you. He like keeps walking to the opposite side of the room that you're on. Um, just like, I don't want anything to do with this dog. Uh, uh, Kere is keeps an eye on you. You're sniffing about, but doesn't get in your way. Doesn't try to avoid you. And Miru is just looking as nervous as he always has been, out of place. Uh, you're sniffing around in here. You're getting a lot of that old professor smell. Uh, you go by Miru. It's not necessarily the foreign smell that you got from the desk, but there's a smell that's somewhat similar to it that you catch on coming around him.
Okay, so to clarify, it's not the same smell that I smelled from the desk, but it's similar.
It's similar.
Okay. Um, I do that awkward thing that dogs do where like they sometimes get too much into somebody's personal space when smelling and then just kind of go off and keep walking away.
Not the knees, not the knees. Down,
Right?
boy.
Yeah, like that exactly. And then just keep going and but still doing the loop around the room and then going out. And as soon as I get back to the room where everybody else is the pup smells funny. Puff. Hmm. The younger one, the youngest one.
Oh, the pup, the child,
Child,
the,
yes,
the
child,
teenager.
yes.
Yes. Smells funny in what way?
A little bit, not like, somewhat, a little bit like whatever the desk smells like. Not exactly similar. Something strange.
He's probably just a teenager. He's probably got into the old herb kid, if you know what I mean. That's probably all that he's smelling.
Mm, okay.
Something he learned by watching Grandpa.
It doesn't smell like his grandpa. It doesn't smell like the professor.
I see. Well, shall we get
Maybe,
on with the burial ceremony then? Let this progress. Suppose we can always exhume it if we need to.
oh, I'm good at digging.
I'm sure
Garrett,
you are.
Garrett just
You're a
shakes his
boy.
head.
Thank you, thank you.
So, you'll reconvene inside the dining hall, um, and the priest is kind of sealing up the coffin, fully hammering a few nails in. He's like, I need four volunteers to bear the coffin.
You can have my axe. I mean, arm.
Uh,
And then Tan will volunteer along with his familiar.
I just want to point out, I think I'm about the same height as Tantan. So depending on how this all works out, either like the casket is going to be very tilted, or like there's really only going to be two people of height carrying this in the traditional way. Like
speaking from experience, height doesn't matter.
okay, good.
It works out.
Okay, good. That's fair. All right, I just wanted to know.
It always works out.
All right.
And then suddenly you just hear whether they drop the kids.
Oh, no.
It's one of the reasons why they usually use 6 or more people.
Right, that's fair.
And there out
And-
rolls the professor.
If we don't get 6 people, then the priest is probably pitching in.
I can lend a hand.
Does Thad volunteer?
When he's listening, watches you all slowly volunteer, and he's like, carry it one more time. And you all slowly lift up the casket from the table and begin the trek out to the burial. It's not far. It's around back. There's already a hole dug.
As we're carrying him, I say, one last time to assist the professor.
You hear that kind of grumble a little bit. Bring it around back. And slowly lower it into the ground at the already made and prepared grave site. You all gather around as the priest kind of does some last rites and is the proper pharasma ceremony before opening up to any of you who wish to say any last words.
I get up and I step forward and give a brief comment on the professor's kindness and support and good conversation and the way he was always good at being present for a good conversation and a good drink. And though he wasn't very good at pool, a good sport.
It's kind of a nod from Kere and Miru.
Ten steps up and he reaches a small.
Crunch, you cut out, my friend. You're cutting in and out. You're roboting.
I would like.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Rev, with my speech, I have the ability. I have the diplomacy feat that lets me influence up to 20 people. So I would like to attempt my diplomacy skill to evoke tears with my speech.
Absolutely. Everyone in the party, there's some tears starting to run. You even
was the time for that roll.
You even get a single tear out of that.
All right.
I don't want to surprise anyone, but I would Rex. You just hear whimpering and then just crying, like howling.
More tears. More tears from everybody.
Nice.
Okay, let's try this again.
There we go.
How much am I
Now you
through?
sound clear.
Oh, now you sound good. Yeah.
Okay, so after the howl, Tan will pull out from his breast pocket a small vial of alcohol that is just covered in frost, and then he'll uncork it and pour it onto the grave and be like, another one for you, dear friend.
Pour one out for the professor.
Pour one out for the homie. Garrett steps up, he wipes away the single tear that managed to escape. He's like, God fucking damn it. Yeah. He looks down at the casket. The usual, like, carefree demeanor on his face was shifted back into that sorrowful frown. And he's just he reaches into one of the pockets of his trousers, and he pulls out a set of harrow cards, and he's shuffling through them, and he finds the card that represents death. He chucks it on top of the coffin. And it's just like, right, it's not the way the cards had told me how your story was gonna go. You still owe me money too. I'm not gonna forget that one. And I'm not gonna let it go that you managed to out-trick me at my own game. And, only had one more chance to show you just how good I got. He'll shuffle the cards in his hand one more time before pocketing the rest of them. He takes a step back. You bastard. Just cusses under his breath. It's like, how dare he die?
Rex would just kind of come up towards the grave, look down, tails really drooping, and just say, "Thank you for not being mean when I broke your potions, and when I started learning to talk and walk. You told me to go out. Thank you for teaching me to be more than what I am."
He brings a
Welcome.
small pat on the head.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was
There,
about to
there.
do.
Oh, there.
He was a good person. I was glad to be his pet.
Good human.
Good human. There's a lot of good human. He was a good human. Good professor.
It's a terrible day for rain.
I'll walk up and say, this isn't goodbye, friend. I'll see you in your next life.
You all kind of say your goodbyes, your final words. Carrie steps forward, tears running down her eyes from listening to all of you and just the whole moment. Father, I told you not to go out that night. That you should stay in. Join me at the fire.
I step over next to K-Ray and start like giving her sort of the like side hug, physical comforting kind of reassurance. Kind of glancing around to see if there's a husband, father, significant other around.
No signs of one. Yet everyone that you've seen has been the only people that are here. house is gonna be lonely without you. We'll try to live up to the name, live up to your reputation, stories that you spread all over the world. You kind of hear from Thad in the background, and then Miru kind of comes over and comforts his mother as well.
I wrap my other arm around the boy.
Or
And as the final words are said, the final sacraments are made by the cleric, and then everyone kind of does the hand throw of dirt onto the coffin, and then two younger gentlemen kind of come out to start actually burying the coffin.
the choir in the background.
As you all head back inside, there's a round of drinks poured for everyone.
Oh, I was gonna suggest we had work to do, but well, drinks, of course.
Um,
It's more important.
round of drinks are poured. Ephraim, since you were near the mother and your son, roll a perception for me.
16.
16.
Yeah. Because I got the broken perception.
Yeah, for whatever reason, your character sheet. You overhear Kere telling Miru some stories about the professor, and you overhear her telling it's not his first brush with near death. He did apparently during the height of the Demons Wars. He was being hunted by some drow assassins. Yeah, but
Drow,
there's so
you
many more
say?
stories we could tell. We'll make it so you can always remember him.
So, I have the Bardic lore. I'm assuming that works kind of like earlier edition D&D Bardic lore. Do I know about the Demon Wars and the role the Drow played in them?
Yeah. Go and roll me a society check. You do know about the Demon Wars, everyone.
Oh, a limited amount, however. Apparently, I skipped that damn class.
It's been within your lifetime, the Demon Wars. It was a major war that involved most of the world. It ended a little over 10 years ago. Unfortunately, you spent most of your time trying to avoid it, avoid consequences of it, actions of it. Generally speaking, the normal enemy you always heard of was tieflings and just demons. People screaming demons during the heights of its height of the war.
I just come right out and ask. I said, I don't recall the Drow playing a role in the Demon Wars. What did they have to do with it?
Oh, you didn't see them as much as you saw demons and heard of their actions. The drow played their role in the shadows. Misinformation, leaving gates open, killing high-ranking individuals. They were the hidden hand in the war. Most people knew that the drow were dangerous, but they didn't know how much of a role they played. Apparently,
And they came for the professor?
at one point, during the height of the war, he was providing a lot of information to people about how to stay safe, how to watch out for threats, how to know the telltale signs that there might be a break in the planar barriers. He was a thread of information.
And do you recall how they tried to kill him? Was there a particular way?
I believe they've tried multiple ways. Drow were known for their poisons, but he did say that one made an attempt on his life in this very house. I had moved out at that point. I was living in Hellbrick at the time. It was right before this one was born. And rubs Muriel's head. But I don't think we don't know for sure if it was just stories or if it actually did happen. That doesn't think anything of it.
Is there? I guess this is really more for Max and the mentions of the smells, and now with the information that the professor had an attempt on his life in this very house, but the correlation between the two and the time, now that she said that around the time the thingy was born, I don't think a smell would linger that long. Could be any correlation or connection.
Well, Rex, do you know what the drow smell like?
I wanted to mention, as we were going back to the house, I want to sneak away and sniff around the outside of the house to figure out later on where we got to go to find where he died. Like, I want to see if there's any lingering smells outside the house that smell like the mystery smell.
All right.
So
go ahead and
I might
make
not even be in there if I can stealth away.
Yeah, make a
but-
stealth check to disappear as though everyone else is going back in to have drinks.
Oh wait, where's my sheet? There it is. I got a 17.
At the very least, the family doesn't take note of you disappearing. Some of your party members might catch you disappearing from the group.
Garrett certainly does. After catching him sticking his nose in a trap box, he's like,
not
he's
letting
just
my
like
eyes
that
off
dog.
him.
You can't leave the dog alone. And he pushes himself out the seat and goes after Rex. It's just that. Just
Yeah,
gives a quick nod, a heads up, just like, I'll be back.
This isn't like I'm not planning to like go running off, but I just want to kind of do a lap around the house just to see.
If the front door's open and a dog goes out, you've got to go after the dog.
That's true, yeah, because I might just go. But yeah, if I could just do a lap and sniff around the house, see if I find anything.
Go ahead and give me a perception.
I don't think this is gonna work, but I don't really care. I'm gonna do it.
26. Yeah, so you head out, do a lap around, sniffing. You know that scents outside are gonna fade away faster than
Yes.
scents inside. but you briefly, ever so slightly, are sniffing around. You're on the side of the house with the study, and by one of the windows, you just catch the ever so slightest bit of the smell.
Oh, he came in through the window. That's my guess. I have no idea if that's actually true. It's literally like jumping up like a dog would, trying to sniff around the window now just to see if that's where I get it. But that's what I'm gonna do. I'm like, I think I know where it might have come in through the window. That's true.
Garrett's just following along, just like looking puzzled as Rex is just like jumping at the window.
He went
On
through
his
the
own.
window. Went through the window. I bet you he went through the window.
Garrett walks up to the window, has a look at it, see if it's been tampered with in any way, if there's any possible way that it's been opened from the outside or.
Go ahead and roll me a perception. Investigate.
That is a 14 plus 8, which is a total of 22.
22. You're glancing it over, thinking about how you might get in through a window if necessary. And these windows are openable to allow air flow into the house, the study. You're looking it over, and there is no signs of forced entry.
Alright, I don't think he came in through the window. I think he came out of the window.
Oh. Oh, okay.
So whoever it was had access to the house. But they didn't want to get seen. Well, it seems like they didn't want to get seen entering or leaving. That just leaves more questions now.
Garrett and Rex, you do see, as you're kind of standing at the study windows, checking things out, you see a younger looking half elven individual approaching, kind of in like loose fitted leathers, like kind of a dark green cloak. Looks like he's tried to clean up a little bit. But yeah, he comes approaching up to the house and gives sees the door open. Kind of glances in, you hear him, but he kind of like glances over at you guys, kind of unsure about you as he comes up and then glances in. You hear him call out, Gere, Thad, Miro. There's a brief moment. Those of you in the dining chamber, Gere gets up and goes out. He's like, oh, and Dill, good to see you. Come in. Come
Oh, good.
have a drink.
Hoping to talk to him.
And yeah, you guys see this, like I said, younger looking, probably in his 20s. But it's always hard to tell with half elves. Come in, dirty blonde hair, clearly like took a moment to try to clean it after probably being out in the woods. Definitely has the build of a hunter and the gear of a hunter. Comes in, it's like, I'd rather not have a drink, but I just want to check in. I saw you guys out back. I didn't want to interrupt during that private moment. I hope everyone is. I hope you're all doing okay. I'm so sorry.
And who was this person's name again? Andil?
Andil, yeah.
Okay.
I look around at the confusion at the, or maybe uncertainty as to who this is among my companions, because I don't think any of them were informed And I say, "Oh, yes, you were the gentleman who found the professor."
Oh, yeah, that was me. Just last, still remember it vividly. Chasing a deer and came around a bush. I've seen dead bodies before. I've never seen a person's dead body before. Uh, slumped in the dirt against the rocks. He clearly seems a little shaken, like reliving it momentarily. It's okay, Andil. If we really, if you hadn't found him, he'd be missing. Probably wouldn't have found him for another week. Thank you. Of
Is
of
there
course.
is there a skill for reading people to?
It falls under perception.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to kind of analyze him to see if he's being sincere in his actions.
I want to. I want to smell him.
Yeah, Garrett gives
I'm
Rex a light
oblivious.
nudge, and he's like, eh, eh, that guy smell like the smell you smell.
I want to. Yeah, I really want. That was like the first thing I thought, but I didn't want to be rude.
You're a dog. You can get away with it.
Yeah. Can I roll a perception
Yeah, you
too?
can roll a perception as well. Efren, he seems very nervous, very unsure,
Oh,
nervous to be
Yeah.
here, but he's like
Uh,
it's clear shock, like him reliving a traumatic experience.
a lot of outdoor
Yep.
smells I smell in him, but I guess because I
Yeah,
only got a 12.
you come in and you kind of like rush up in and give him a sniff, and he's like, "Oh gosh, why does that dog have clothes and a sword?"
Sorry. I just. Hi, I'm Rex. Sorry.
It talks.
Oh, haven't you heard? We're arming all the animals now.
Really? I wouldn't give any to cats.
Uh, uh, I don't think that's a good idea. Nice to meet you, Rex.
Hi.
I'm Andil,
Hi, Andel.
one of the local hunters.
You found the professor?
I did.
Thank you.
You, I guess you're welcome. I don't know. It kind of feels like a weird thing to say. You're welcome too.
Can I do the same thing just to see if there's any like deceit or
Mm-hmm.
possible
You may
lies in this
roll.
man?
Roll.
22 in total.
22. He looks like a traumatized individual. You're not getting any deceit. You do catch, though, briefly, little bit of a look in his eyes when he's looking at K-Ray. A little bit of maybe child crush.
The rival has arrived.
Garrett narrows his eyes and he's just staring for a moment. He's not even being subtle about the staring. He's just like really fixated for a moment as he notices like the slight glint in his eye as he's still infatuated with his childhood crush or his crush in general, whatever it might be.
It seems like one of those, like, there's a crush.
Well, yeah, it's just once he figures out what it is and that there's that the half elf is being honest, he gives a little roll of his eyes and he just scoffs quietly, like clearly not expecting that to be the thing he expected to see. He was kind of hoping for something to go off. But in return to that, he He reaches into his pocket and pulls out the folded piece of paper that has the drawing of the heads of the dragon, the goat, and what was the third one?
Dragon,
Oh,
lion,
wasn't it?
Lion,
Dragon, lion, and goat. Yeah,
yeah, a chimera.
yeah. Typical Chimera. Yeah, my brain just shut off for a moment there. And he's gonna turn it over to the name specifically, and hold it out towards Andor, and he's gonna be like, "You don't happen to recognize any of these names now, do you, lad?" He holds the piece of paper out towards him.
He kind of shakes his head, kind of suddenly realizing you're there. Kind of like, what? Kind of squints and looks over at it. Ezra is a hunter that went missing about 5 weeks ago. I don't know the other names. Sorry.
No worries. You can go back to your oogling now, if you know what I mean, lad. He folds up the piece of paper and puts it back in his pocket again.
What?
He gives him a light nudge of his elbow as he motions of his head towards Kirie.
Roll me.
Ephraim. Oh, go ahead.
Garrett, roll me a perception.
Perception roll. That is a 16 plus 8, which is a 24.
24. You give him the nudge, and there, it's so brief, so quick, you almost don't catch it. But there's a micro expression that crosses his face of like the type of expression you've seen from people like, "Don't touch me, get off of me." But a lot more aggressive than any of the other expressions he's had, and a little bit more of a confidence behind it. But it was super brief, and only because you were so close that you caught it.
Mm-hmm.
At Garrett's sort of revealing of what's going on, Ephraim steps up behind K-Ray and kind of puts a comforting hand on K-Ray, and then looks up at Andil and says, "So you would be able to take us to where the incident occurred?"
Garrett, you get that. You also note again that micro expression real quick as he glances up at Ephraim. But as quickly as it came, it disappears. It's like, yeah, I could lead you there. It's only a few miles. If you're up for the trek.
I think it's necessary.
You know what? I think we're ready due for a little bit of a set-off. Noticing the interactions between the micro expressions, from the slight touch, the look of jealousy. Garrett's gonna push his luck, as a fortune teller always does, and just gives Andil like a slight like a playful slap on the back. And he's gonna keep his hand there for a moment to see what kind of reaction he gets.
Kind of bounced forward a little bit from the slap on the back. There for a moment, and he's like, I think we need to, yeah, let's get out before we lose sunlight, and kind of like pushing off of you a little bit.
I don't.
That is,
think
if
he
you're
needs
not
pets.
too busy having a drink.
Let's go. Walk.
There's not a whole lot of things that I can't do while having a drink. I take my drink with us as we go.
Hurry up and mark this all off as soon as this gosh thing is over with. Sooner we can all move on.
I give Thad sort of a knowing nod, like we're gonna get this taken care of.
And there's like, well, Be careful out there.
Already out the door. Like, we're going for a walk. This is gonna be great.
I look back to Carrie and say, I'll be back. You can be sure of it.
She smiles.
Laying the groundwork.
As they're walking out the door, Tantan will actually change into his Tanuki raccoon form and just kind of trot alongside Rex.
Yes. Walking partner. This is gonna be great. We're gonna have a great day.
I glance over at Garrett. This is the cutest adventuring party I've ever been a part of.
Garrett wasn't paying attention. He was kind of focused on Andil as he looks towards Elfrin and then looks at the now two dogs walking side by side. He's like, wait, where the hell did the other one come from? Is there two of them?
That's 10-10.
Just starts to quote the Phantom Menace. This is getting out of hand. There are two of them. But he follows along and he's keeping an ever watchful eye on Andil now, noticing the slight changes in his behavior.
All right, so you all head out of the estate, head down the road. He leads you northwards deeper into the forest, slowly getting onto a hunting trail. And doesn't bring up much talk. He occasionally points out something to avoid, don't trip on that. Yeah, it looks like he might take note of like some tracks every so often as he goes, but he just seems focused. He seems more in his element out here than he did inside the house.
I look for something to deliberately trip over and then subtly comment on, oh, wish someone would have mentioned that one.
There's a brief glance back. Maybe if it didn't have too much to drink.
No such thing.
Yeah, you just kind of hear a light scoff, and he kind of picks up the pace.
I'm totally doing the whole thing that a dog would do out on a trail, of, like not following the trail, stopping randomly to like smell something, and then literally zooming off to catch up or zooming way ahead. Typical.
Right, don't go marking your territory. Remember, you're wearing pants now.
And it's like it's randomly like that. Like when he realizes like he's with people, he'll stand up and do the same thing. But it's kind of like a weird combination of like little while on four legs, little while on two legs, little while on four legs. It's a very strange switch between, but it's just like, you know.
No, man. Yeah. Andil seems a little frustrated with this, but he accepts it.
Welcome to the circus.
Oh man, you gotta smell this one. This is a great smell. Wait, what's over there? Runs over.
Well, it takes about an hour and a half before we kind of come around. He's like, just through these bushes. He kind of pushes some the branches to the side. You guys come onto another kind of small game trail, and you see a relatively large boulder there. You immediately can spot this like streak of quite dried blood.
At this point, I've been occasionally walking up to Andil and like putting my arm around him as if I'm like his buddy, and kind of walking with him for a moment and talking about what he sees. And then as we kind of burst upon the scene and like the dry blood is there, I'm just like, oh, clearly not where the death occurred. As if I've just discovered this.
I mean, it was right here. He was laying right there in the ground. And I mean, when I came here, the streak was a lot thicker.
Oh, no, no, no. I believe that you found the body here. But he did not die here. That blow there on the rock was after his death. You can tell, see, by the way the streaks form here, in this way. I'm completely bullshitting, but
Well, go ahead and roll me a medicine check.
medicine or deception?
Medicine and deception, but medicine's actually see if you know what you're, see if you see anything.
Yeah, as I say, medicine. I know the answer already.
Mm-hmm.
And deception should be pretty good at both of these.
Well, the medicine check, yeah, you do see, and you end up not having to like BS it because there's clearly actually not enough blood if it was a fresh wound.
Yeah, yeah, and I point that out
here and everything. However, it does kind of give you a look like you're over playing your part. Yeah, like
that's fine.
I mean, I'll believe you. Like I didn't see any signs of anyone else. How would the body get here?
I'm starting to sniff. I'm like, all right, as soon as we showed up, I'm sniffing. I want to see if I can get any kind of smell that's not supposed to be here. If that's okay.
So, when he says that he didn't see anyone else there, I would actually like to. I'm not sure if it's a insight check or something to do with perception.
Yeah, the insight checks are related to perception. Perception.
I got nothing.
He seems pretty honest that this is found the body here. Didn't nothing else. There's nothing else to it. He clearly doesn't fully understand what Ephraim is saying about the blood and what that all means. But he did truthfully lead you to the location.
Can I roll for my smell?
Yeah, go ahead and roll your perception.
All right. Could be good. Okay, that's good.
22. You're sniffing. And you pick up the scent of the professor, of course, with the blood there. Going around, poking your head in bushes and everything. And you don't necessarily pick up a smell, but you poke your head through a bush and still you find some heavy footprints pushed into the dirt, as though someone was walking here with a heavy weight.
Hey, over here! Footprints. What?
Are the footprints leading towards the scene of the death? The heavy prints?
The heavy prints, yeah, if you go check, they are leading towards the scene of the death.
Hey, so that means someone must have
Good
carried
boy.
him here.
Thanks.
Yes, indeed. It seems that foul play is afoot.
I don't think
I
that's
look
foul.
at Andal suddenly. Bum bum bum.
raises an eyebrow. So someone set up. Why would someone drag him out here in the middle of nowhere?
To cover up a murder. Of course.
The professor was a beloved member of the community. Why would anyone?
Because he either had something or knew something.
Some people end up digging a little too deep and finding out things they shouldn't know.
Yeah, it's bad to stick your nose in things that you're not supposed to. I've learned that.
Yeah.
Have you, Rex? Have you really?
I did. I won't stick my nose in a box.
Okay. Good boy.
Right, but
You
you're
are
gonna stick
learning.
you're gonna stick your nose into a random bush, not knowing what's inside it.
But it's a bush. It's not a box.
The bush might have poisonous fauna or flowers in it. I don't
No, no,
know.
no, no. It wouldn't. I would have smelled that. I didn't smell that. We're fine. It's okay.
Um,
While this is all going on, do I can I look around, see if there's any wandering spirits, or like, I know it's not necessarily the scene of the crime, but it is a pit stop of one.
yes, it is. Go ahead and Go and roll me an occult.
All right. Those are d20s, right?
Yeah, just d20 add in your occult.
Cool.
bonus.
Then I'm just gonna do this and add 7 to it.
7, 16.
Yep.
Um, you're sitting here while everyone else is like investigating these footprints and giving poor Andal a hard time. Uh, you're focusing. This whole trek deeper into the woods has been sending tingles down your back. There's unrest in these woods. Usually speaking, you can go around and you'll usually see a wandering spirit here, a wandering spirit there. It's more common for you to spot one. There hasn't been any. And you feel something deeper in the woods kind of pulling at you. Almost like there's a slight cry for help.
Do I have a feel of what direction where that cry for help's coming from?
Um, it is more north into the woods, um, kind of still in the same direction that your party is gathered around footprints. Um, you feel like you have more of a direct line feeling towards it.
Hmm. Guys, I think we should follow the pooch's nose. That I think we should heed forth with these footprints. See where they originated from.
Indeed.
Okay. I start chasing after trying to find the next footprint.
And I'm just gonna start walking in the direction of the calling, or the where I feel the cry for help is.
Okay. Um, I'm gonna head back to town. I don't think you need me anymore. I got you here.
Yes, yes. Run off and be safe.
Wait,
You don't
who
want
said
to be
that?
a hunter in the woods. That would be dangerous.
But do we really want him to go?
I think he needs to run off.
Now, who's with us again? Is it Thad and
No, it's just Andil. Andil's the
just
one.
Andil. Okay.
Dad stayed behind. He just
The
wants you guys to
hunter.
get this
Gotcha.
finished.
Gotcha. I figured the hunter was, but I thought maybe we had one other person. Okay, cool.
I'm just not missing the opportunity to pick on him.
Totally fair.
Yeah. All right. Then, in that case, can I get a? Let me double check my skill checks here. Can I get a survival roll from both Rex and George?
Survival.
A survival roll?
Yes.
One of the few I'm not proficient in.
Sure.
Okay, 16.
And add 5. 7.
um, in your attempts to try to just keep a straight line towards this calling, you find yourself continuously like running into thickets and harder to navigate areas. You're having a hard time like keeping on your straight line towards it. But Rex, you start to keep track of the footprints. Like they go over harder dirt at times, but you catch them again when it hits softer areas, and you're doing a pretty decent job of following these tracks back towards their originating location. Um,
Every time he finds a new footprint, it'll be like, found one, found one, found another one. Oh wait, where? Found it. Just kind of muttering to himself, not super loud, but just enough where it's like, oh, there's one, found one.
Good boy.
Thanks.
I'm glad Andel's not here to see. This is a little embarrassing.
um, George, roll me a will save.
A will save?
Whoa.
I don't know
Or-
what that means, but that doesn't
Roll,
sound
roll.
We're ready.
Which ones are... Is that the one that's at the top of the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, click that and hit roll. $28.
28.
Ooh, good.
As you're like trying to catch up with Rex, seeing that it's still going in the right direction, though it's not like, a perfect straight line and all that. Seeing that he's much better at navigating. There's this scream that echoes through the ethereal plane at you. And there's a moment you have to like grab your head as your head pounds, your ears ring. No one else can hear it because this is purely through the ethereal plane. Shake it off. And you roll me in occultism.
Alright. Is it gonna stop moving? 25.
25. You've felt this before. When someone is murdered in a very ritualistic way. And their soul is torn and used for something else.
Ooh.
Found another. There's another.
There's another soul.
Oh no, footprint.
How far did that scream seem to me in the ethereal plane?
You rolled a 25. You would feel, based on that strong disturbance in the force, you're probably just a couple miles away. You're probably another hour of trekking.
Okay, I'm gonna share the information with. Is everybody still with us? Like just following behind?
Yeah, everyone's just following Rex.
Yeah,
Okay.
Andel's gone, but it's the five of us.
It's the
I,
pod.
I open up my pool cue case and I start putting together a pool cue. Just in case.
Is it dangerous?
Well, somebody did die. So, yes.
Okay.
And with it being in the ritual ways that I've experienced before or have witnessed, that means we're potentially dealing with more than one person or thing.
Rex is gonna start walking now on his hind legs, and he's going to pull the bowl off of his where it's held, and it's gonna like almost kind of stick onto his paw, and it's gonna be like a little shield. And he's gonna hold it up. So now his food bowl is like his little buckler shield.
Oh.
Oh, clever.
Okay,
It's getting scary, but Rex can still make it cute.
let's go.
So we still got a little bit of a trek to go. You said about what, 2 miles?
A couple miles, so about an hour
Couple miles.
of going through this kind of dense work.
Now I'm walking hind legs the whole way, but slowing down, not talking as excited, just kind of keeping an eye out for the tracks.
His tail's just
And
going
10,
behind him.
Right.
and 10 will reappear in his full-fledged form, and then the snowman familiar will appear right next to him, and he'll just kind of walk, tapping with his cane.
What kind of day is it?
You guys started the day and it was the morning. It is mid-afternoon at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep going unless anybody tells me to slow up.
No, keep going.
All right. We'll keep following the tracks.
All right. You keep on pushing on. And yeah,
Keep on keeping on.
as you keep pushing into the woods, you start to spot old stonework, occasionally like a pillar fallen over, overgrown with moss. A wall just sitting that's mostly crumbled, overtaken by nature.
Can I do some kind of history or bardic lore or something on like what might have been out here at some point?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a society check. 18.
Okay, not great.
You
Bad.
do know one of the things that you had studied and talked to about with the professor back in the day. That the coast of Actron, the southern coast, for there's thousands of years ago, was ruled by a small dwarven nation that crumbled in a civil war before the Actronian nation rose. And there are still these little pieces of their old ruins, their old landmarks, still that have stood the test of time.
Ah, I see. Indeed, this is evidence of old dwarvish runes here. You can see by the craftsmanship of this particular pillar here that this is how the dwarves have crafted their particular manner of building and constructing materials in their own particular way. It seems we have encountered some ruins of their ancient ancestry here. We keep going.
I'm sorry. Oh, another footprint.
Footprint. They keep on trekking on. You push through some more vines and overgrowth, and you start ever so often hitting like you can feel it underneath the layer of dirt and layer of moss, some stonework, and you just feel yourself starting to go uphill. And there's a certain time you kind of get a view of what might be at the top of the hill. You see a tower sticking out from the trees.
No, this is strange because dwarves tended to dig into the ground and not so much to build towers, but on occasion, because they needed to see great distances, did indeed build towers. So this may be one such case.
Oh, another footprint.
um,
I do have a question though. Did we, as we're going, is there any evidence of potentially like blood spilled?
as you're getting closer, every so often, like on a piece of stone or a piece of wood, um, sticking out.
From his bullshitting his knowledge very well.
I love it.
You
20
do
eyes.
spot just like a little bit of blood here, a little bit of blood there, like it was dripping.
Mm. I guess another question that I would have as we're following these footprints, the smell. I go back to my old trusty nose. Uh, is it the mystery smell getting? Have I been noticing that at all?
Um, out here, you haven't been catching it
Okay,
yet,
that's
at least
fine.
not yet. You
Just
occasionally
keeping
catch the whiffs when you're near the blood of the professor, but most of it is just naturey scents. There's been
Right,
no
but
like item that has been able to like hold on to a scent. For
right,
you to...
but that smell of the blood is the blood of the professor I'm
Yes.
smelling, not yeah. That's what I figured. Okay, cool.
Yeah. George, at this point, you've got like a full blown migraine in the back of your head. And you especially once you saw the tower, there's like a brief moment you had to look away because you could sense that that's where all the agonizing spirit is.
How far away is the tower from us?
Now it's just up the hill, maybe a few thousand feet. You're gonna
2,000 feet.
wind
How
up the hill a
tall would
little
you say
bit.
the tower is?
Question for George: would 1010 notice you're having some headache issues?
Oh yeah.
So 1010 is going to pull out a small vial and try to do a medicine check to see if he can make the headache feel better.
Go ahead and make a medicine check.
So typically with George, if you're a living creature, I'll be nervous to talk to you, which is where the stutter comes from. If you're dead or anything, like I won't be nervous, I won't be fidgeted out. It's like full focus to the other side.
10, you mix together a little concoction, give it to George, and if George chooses to take it, there's a bit of a numbing feeling that it gives you. Take the edge off. Doesn't take it away, but it takes the edge off.
Yeah, I'll drink it.
I apologize about the taste. It's going to be a little bitter.
No worries.
Remix.
Oh wow.
You guys push forward, push on.
Who disapproves of a little biting?
And
Oh my dear, we're not going to talk about that here.
We're in the middle of nowhere. Who would care?
Rex
Just shakes his head.
You push through the last bit of like brush, and there's a bit of a clearing between you and the tower at this point as you push out, and you get a heavy whiff of the professor's blood smell, and you step a few steps forward and you kind of look at the ground below your feet and push some of the foliage away. Um, and it is clear that like most of it is it's dried, soaked into the dirt, but you can definitely get the strongest whiff. The professor lost a lot of blood right here, within sight of the tower.
I think he's starting to like literally hunch over and start like kind of looking around, trying to see if there's any kind of other potential threats nearby. This is like a, he's wearing clothes, so you wouldn't be able to tell. But if a dog, when a dog gets nervous and threatened, the hairs on the back of their on their back stand up. That's the kind of like body language right now. Like, but it hasn't said anything yet. But he's basically just like kind of staring around, like trying to make sure there isn't some kind of threat.
Um, you go and give me a perception,
Sure.
and anyone if wants to at this point may.
Oh
Jeez.
wow! Yeah.
It's a big one.
You're
I'm getting all the smells. All the smells.
all of them.
Mine was only a total of 15.
I
You
will entrust you.
keeping an eye out. You're giving a couple whiffs, and just past that smell of the professor, someone else came through here not too long ago.
Is it the same smell?
Is it the
As
mystery
smell?
smell?
And you do pick up that slight mystery smell.
They were here.
Good boy.
Little twitch of a tail, even though he's still really nervous. He's like, he hears "good boy" and he's like, tails twitch.
This is it.
Chat.
It sounds like we found the place. Everything's gone dark.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you guys here.
I can see it.
Can you?
Yeah. It's like a woodland, and then there's some.
Yeah, if you scroll to the
Wall.
bottom, you guys should have sight. I don't know why my.
Oh, weird.
I've got
Okay.
sight.
Yep.
Move it accordingly to where he was in the group. It's following behind everyone.
I'm trying to get it to check and see things.
Oh, there's a wall there.
Oh, Rev, a little late now, but we might need to get a small snowman for my familiar.
I'll look for one. Usually. There we go. There you go, chat. But yeah, so you see this tower up ahead. The door is closed. The top of the tower looks in ruin. There's crumbly parts all across it. How would you guys like?
More of those dwarvish ruins. You see, a particular indication of those battlements there are very typical of the way the dwarves have constructed their defensive battlements.
What
Ouch.
defenses? There's hardly any ice anywhere.
Oh
Garrett
no,
just
not
shakes his head
anymore.
again.
Of course. The time has passed. Time has ravaged this architecture, as it does all things. Such is the way of time.
Sadly, you're right.
Yeah, you are free to move on the map.
I'm just waiting for the. Are you sure you want to stand on that square?
I already put you on the square, Sid. I'm good.
Okay, I'm
You're
running up
already-
to the door.
Alright. You rush up forward.
Great goddammit, Rex!
And
I got my shield up.
and Tantan will stay with Rex as much as possible.
Ephraim's a little intoxicated and is like wandering kind of sideways. Yeah, let's go over here.
How tall would you say this wall is?
The tower itself goes up, you'd say about 4 stories. So 40-ish feet
40-ish feet
Yeah.
to the top.
to the top, yeah.
So, hey, guys. Do you want to enter from the top?
Right, do I
You
look
wanna-
like I'm prepared to cling to you?
You want to climb it?
No.
Then why ask?
I'm gonna go. Yes or no?
What do you mean?
Yes or no? Heads or tails?
I have
The
I
seat
do
is
love a good head.
You love a good head.
Right, it's like
indeed well
it's like-
said.
babysitting
I'm
a
in.
pair of bloody infants.
Perfect. I'm gonna cast helpful steps, which is gonna create a 40-foot high staircase, so we can just walk right up to the top.
All right.
Whoa!
Of course.
Well, I mean, you could have said that. That is not the head I was expecting from our conversation. Not that, anyone here in particular would have been interesting.
Tantan will allow everyone to go before him because he's aware that anything he steps on becomes slippery.
That is a
Noted
smart
for
move.
you, by the way, Tantan.
We make
I'm
our way
resistant
the
to
top.
ice and all that, so any cold, harmful tactics or anything you got going will not affect me. I could also walk on ice and not slip.
Dun, dun, dun.
Slippery.
Interesting.
It's
Oh man, I love
we'll
that
say it's a
you.
tattoo I
What
picked
would,
up from your
make you
village.
what would make anyone think my character would at all have any ice-like abilities or tactics that I clearly never came up with? Rev?
But you guys head up the stairs. Of course, you guys chose the one floor of the tower I didn't make.
So that's what that. Of course you would.
You guys go up the stairs to the top of the battlements. Some of
There's
it
no way in from the top.
crumbling. You get up there and you look in, and part of that roof floor has started to crumble down. You can safely get up there, and then you need to drop into the next floor, which would be a pretty easy acrobatics check or athletics check to climb down in. But it's a relatively easy one if you choose to do so.
I will lead the way. Maybe.
Tantan
Yeah,
just
not
jumps
bad.
forward.
Dun, 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 dun. Just
I will ask
No,
if you want to use one of
Tantan.
your hero points, or you can just slip and fall.
Yeah, I'm going to use one of my hero points because I literally would just slip into my own death.
Then again, you were last, so we could all catch you.
Unless he slips backwards down the stairs.
yeah, just slips backwards.
Nice 40-foot drop.
You just hear just down the stairs.
So if you want to reroll Tan.
I'm
Oh.
doing
It's not
so
a critical
well.
fail, though. It's not a critical. Well, actually,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
It's
not.
not?
Oh man. What did we get from everyone else?
I got
21.
a total of 22, a 10 and a 12.
Can I just let Tantan down with a rope? If I haven't jumped yet, can I just?
He's going last.
Oh, okay.
But Rex and
Let it happen.
George, what
Just
are your
have
acrobatics?
Tantan's
I
familiar
got
go
10
first
for
and
my
then just
acrobatics.
fall into the snowman.
And Rex?
Okay, so everybody, there's a lot of people who just went up,
Up the stairs.
up the stairs,
Ooh.
but there is still the door, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody go towards the door? I see,
Yeah.
Efren nearby the door.
They're all going
No,
up the
I was
stairs. They went.
going up
Oh,
the
okay.
stairs.
Well, geez, I don't want to be left behind. I'm doing the dog thing and running up the
Yeah.
stairs at the same time.
Don't split the party.
Don't
Yeah.
you know? You never slip.
I wanted to make sure that nobody was like left behind downstairs, but if everybody else is, I'm going. No, wait for me, and I'm going up the stairs.
Rule number 1.
Um,
Party. No kidding.
yeah. So
And-
just give me your acrobatics or athletics if you want to like climb.
Acrobatics. I'll do acrobatics.
All right.
18.
Okay.
So you all get up. It's all the way at the top of the screen.
Oh, at
You
the
all.
top of the screen. Got it.
Um,
We're in.
you
Very good.
you're all jumping down, leaping in, and then Tantan
Well done.
leaps in,
What an
trips on a stone, falls in, cracks onto the wood floor. There's a slight splintering, and it looks like if he had just landed like a foot over, he would have crashed through the floor into the lower parts of the tower.
Oh, did we lose somebody?
grab his
No.
hand and lift him up. Well done. Oh, good. We're ready to go.
Just got a quick raid. Evie, Altered Echo Archives, welcome in. Happy Friday. I hope your guys' game went well. Thank you for popping in for the community one shot. They are entering into the tower now after trying to solve
Tower.
a murder mystery. Yeah. Tantan, take 2 points of bludgeoning damage. First blood.
I don't think technically, if you consider the professor's blood was everywhere. Just saying.
First blood of the party, okay?
There you go. There you go.
That's right. Talk your way out of it.
Sorry, my internet went down for a second, so I missed it.
Oh, you tripped. You fell. You tripped on a stone at the top of the stairs. Flipped over, head over heels, slammed into the wooden flooring that's slightly rotted, and partially fell through. And if you had kept the one, you would have kept going through the floor. But you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
10-4.
Okay. Is there a door?
There's a bunch of this. So at a first glance in here, there's obviously rotting and old pieces of furniture in here, a long looted chamber. This looks like it would have been at one point likely the armory section to get crossbows and bows to the people at the top, where everyone's suited up for any potential threat. There is a staircase that heads downwards.
Rex, any indication the professor was here?
I'm gonna sniff. Can I smell? See if the professor was here.
You give a quick couple sniffs at the air. Go ahead and give me a perception.
Okay. Sniffing pretty good.
Um, you're give a couple whiffs. There is signs that maybe the professor had come up here. There's just a slight lingering on some of the old furniture.
I think maybe he might have been in here. I don't know why. But yeah, I think I smell him. It's pretty old.
Are there any cabinets, desks, or tables, or anything that might hold a clue in this room, or is it just pretty barren?
It's everything. All the furniture that's in here is long destroyed. Like there's an
Let's
old
head
table,
down.
an old chest. Moving across this floor, though, I will have everyone make an acrobatics because it is unstable.
Do I hear any more screaming or like
Oh,
calling for
yeah.
help?
Oh,
See any spirits?
It's your heart is
Oh.
pounding. It's you're feeling it. You're at the heart of it right now.
I'm bounding around this room like nobody's business. 32. Natural 20.
Um,
Yeah, hyphen.
whoosh, 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 with ease, you're like leaping across the different spots. And Dan and Efren, you're trying to move, but Rex is moving so rapidly around, you keep having to like sidestep, and both of you at one point or another, your foot falls through the floor, and you have to sit there and yank it out, causing some discomfort, but not fully breaking through.
Rex, be careful.
I'm fine. You be careful.
Yes, but you're disrupting the wood.
Oh.
But George,
Make our way down.
George and Garrett, on your acrobatics to cross the room.
Dookly dookly. Ten.
10. You also find yourself getting stuck ever so often. Your foot getting caught.
So with the wood, is it just splintering? Is it just rotting? Is it wet?
It's rotting. It's pretty rotten. Some parts are splintering, some parts you literally just smoosh right through, and you're like, oh shoot, and then you're getting stuck and trying not to fall all the way through the floor.
Okay, so that wouldn't work. Then never mind.
And Danny, what was yours? Danny? Did we lose Danny? Uh-oh. You didn't have a disconnect. But we'll keep pushing forward. Hopefully he'll rejoin us in a moment.
Did we lose Danny?
Yeah, I think we might have.
Next floor.
But yeah, you get to the stairs and you start heading down the steps. Slowly but carefully. It does slow you down. You're back on the main floor of the tower, which, as you come down the stairs, has no light in here.
Oh.
Hence why
And
it's pitch black.
Cat-
Where is
Who
that?
has dark vision? Sorry, I should ask that. I didn't actually double check.
No,
I have
Tan
low
Tan?
light.
Tan Tan has light.
Tantan has light?
Yeah,
Okay.
Tan Tan has a light cantrip.
And with
Smart.
light
I could also just illuminate. I have bioluminescence in LinkedIn,
I have bioluminescence.
so I can just go ahead and glow for y'all if you want me to be your little human glow stick.
How much does that light? What is the
Well, let me pull it up real quick.
so I can make sure that you have the right amount radius?
20 feet in bright light, and then next 20 feet in dim light.
Okay.
If
So-
you'll be my glow stick.
Stick?
Stick.
I believe I also have dark vision.
So as so Tantan is actually going to put his hand on his familiar, and the familiar's snowman belly is going to start glowing.
Ah, cool.
Glowy belly.
Yeah, you're thankful that you get back down to a stone floor that's safer. The stairs coming down are a bit rough and uneasy, but you come back down here. You see the same door, but from the inside. You are a little thankful because you do see that the door has a metal bar blocking it, so it'll take a little bit of forced entry to get in. The outside.
Tricky. Is this a trap door next to me?
Technically, you don't see that trapdoor, but yes, it is because you're at the top of the stairs.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's all good. You're good.
I don't know anything about this. I'm just smelling around like I normally do.
But yeah, with some investigation of the room, there is a trapdoor, and there's signs of blood streaks going towards the trapdoor and away from the trapdoor.
Is this where the professor fell? A look at Rex.
Maybe? I'm starting to smell.
The blood in here is not the professor's.
Oh. Is it this mystery smell or is it different?
It's different. It's just blood smell that you haven't
It's-
smelled before.
It's just it's just blood. It's a different blood. It's not the mystery person. It's just blood. This is scary.
They've killed someone else.
Yep. Do we want to go in?
No.
You say that there's a locked door?
There's a trapdoor on the ground in the corner underneath the staircase. That door itself is barred, so you could unbar it from this side. Yeah. But there's a
I am
trapdoor.
barred.
There. But if you unbar it, you can open it, giving you access to the outside.
Smart.
But if we unbar it, then it can't serve us drink.
So that brings us back outside to where we just were.
Yeah,
So that door was locked anyway.
it was barred. It would have taken some forced entry to get past it.
No, if we unbar it, it sets the drinks free.
Free drinks! I'm happy for this, yes!
Of course! That is the only way to have drinks, is for them to be free. That is what is just. Alright, so open up the trapdoor.
Let's go.
Okay. You
Yeah.
slowly lift. You go to lift the trapdoor, and it's locked. You see a padlock.
Attempt to pick the lock.
What's is it like solid steel? What's the padlock looking
The
like?
lock, it's some sort of iron.
And then like an older lock?
No, the lock does not look like it's as old as the structure around it. But your friend,
Bear with me. Are we talking about like master lock? Or are we talking about like medieval lock?
well, your friend Efren gets up, pulling out his thieves' tools, bending over and starts working it.
Oh, I think I might have jammed the lock.
You're hitting it, and there is a brief moment you hear a click, and you're like, oh, I got it. But it wasn't the right click. as suddenly that same kind of static energy that you saw on the
Uh-oh.
lockbox flares up. I need you to make a reflex saving throw.
Reflex. I think I'm okay at that.
D4.
Yeah.
You are still going to take damage, but not as much.
Okay.
As you get zapped and
Sure,
you're kind of thrown back, your hair goes on end. Your hands begin to tingle, and you do end up taking 9 points of electricity damage.
Oh my! Well, that was unpleasant.
Are you okay?
Wow! That was a bit shocking,
Looked like it.
indeed. One of you can attempt to deal with this matter.
I can try.
I think it is perhaps more within the wheelhouse of Garrett.
Okay.
You don't want to go sticking your nose in things that are not for you.
Okay.
Garrett? I think you'd be better at dealing with matters like this. That is, if the rumors of your capacity as a card shark are true.
Unfortunately, I think we lost him.
Of course. All right. Assuming we lost Garrett, I will try to disarm the trap first. What do I roll for that?
That is another thievery check, specifically for the trap.
Let's hope that turns out a little better.
Nope.
That might be a good time to use my
Hero point.
hero point.
Yeah. Good call.
Is that any better?
It takes you a little bit of time, but now that the trap has gone
Little.
off, you are feeling a little more secure in knowing where things are coming from. You just take the time. It takes longer, but you eventually do disable the magical trap that is attached to this.
I
Unfortunately.
think it's safe now.
Good job. Good boy.
Yes, boy. I'm well over 100 years old, but boy,
Oh,
sure, yes, that's okay.
I was just trying to be nice, like you've all been nice to me.
No, fine. It's perfectly fine. Attempt to open the trapdoor.
There's this little creaking sound. It's quite heavy as you lift it up, pushing it open. There's a kind of brokenish ladder that drops down. And everyone's careful, takes their time. They can slowly drop into the subfloor of this tower.
We do. Unless anyone.
Is it dark down there?
You actually look down and there is a lit brazier.
I was gonna say, not with glowing bellies.
Not with glowing bellies. You drop down into a room that was probably the dining space / living space for the troops who were stationed in this tower. An old stone table lay cracked in the center. Signs of what used to probably be cots in storage containers lay a mess throughout here. There's a few bones scattered about, and dried blood splatters some of the ground and walls, and old roots pierce through the existing walls. At the southern end of this chamber is a gate that lay closed, and you hear the flames dancing of a brazier on the other side.
Really, this is where the dwarves did their cooking. a kitchen of sorts, normal part of their daily necessities of life.
1010's just gonna kind of side eye you and be like, "Are you bullshitting?"
Let's see how good am I at bullshitting. I'm doing pretty good at bullshitting.
Nope.
No,
No.
absolutely not. This is clearly what was once at some ancient time the purpose of this particular room and facilities.
Yeah, 1010 fully believes you.
Are the bones human?
Roll a medicine check. They're
Okay.
humanoid, but you're not sure if
Medicine. Oh wow.
Nice.
Dang. I didn't think I have a 1 on that one, so in fact I have a
wow.
21. Rex is a good boy.
Yeah,
Hey.
there's some human bones, there's some dwarven bones, there's some halfling bones, there's some
It's that
elven
awesome sense of
bones.
smell.
There's many bones.
Oh, so okay. I'm not gonna touch those bones then.
Everyone roll a perception.
Okay, that's more normal.
21.
21.
17.
Just an 11 for me.
The 21 from our Samsaran friend. You're fighting the headaches. You're in here. It's close. Whatever's causing all the problems is close. And you hear footsteps. Everyone else is talking, discussing things. But you hear it. You hear it past your migraine. You hear it past the fire. You hear it past the conversation. Footsteps. Just coming from beyond that gate. Slowly getting louder to you as everyone else is talking
I'm
about
gonna
the
quit.
history of dwarves.
I'm gonna quit glowing and just a simple get ready.
Is the gate this thing over here?
Mm-hmm.
I'm rushing over there just to stand by it, be ready.
Well, you didn't hear anything.
Oh, well he said get ready. Did he not say it out loud? If he didn't say it out loud, I'm not gonna rush over there.
No, I said it out loud.
Oh, you said it all.
That's what I
Sorry, I
said.
missed that.
Yeah,
That's
that's
out
what I
loud.
said. I'm gonna quit glowing and say to everybody, get ready.
Okay, yeah.
Just a
If
simple
if
get
he
ready.
said something, then I'll
Okay.
rush over. But if he didn't, I
As
wasn't going.
as he said something, you're rushing that way. I will go ahead and have everyone roll initiative.
Yeah.
Right.
Where's that initiative?
And that's basically just the same thing as perception, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I need to.
So that's 22 for me.
Why can't I click my character?
Clear out the nonsense from before. 10 got 22. So on your guys' side, it is right. Okay. 1 second. You said 22 for RJ? Okay. Oh, I forgot to loop the music. Right. 22 and trash this one. Sid, what was your total? Sorry. Sid?
Rev's deafened.
Oh, that did not. I accidentally hit the wrong button. My apologies.
There he is.
That's why
All right.
I saw you talking on your stream. And I was
I
like,
was like, oh shoot,
"Can
that's
you
on
hear
me.
us?"
That's on me.
Welcome back. Okay, so we're back.
So we're back. I apologize.
No worries.
What was your total?
25.
25.
Yeah, because my perception's 10.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Clean up. Mine has double everyone's everyone's initiative. For some reason.
So I think me and Efren need to roll off then, because didn't we both get 22?
Which of you
You
has
can
the
go first.
higher dexterity initiative score?
+2.
I'm also +2.
You can go first.
Rollies.
Just let's not belabor the process of rolling initiative.
Yeah. Your turn. So 22. I'll just make it 23. 22. 25, you said?
Yes.
Sir.
Oh, this is super helpful. Me being in front and going last.
Mm-hmm.
Glad to
Sir,
help
sir.
everybody.
Turn. 18. All right.
Oh no.
This makes sense since George is the one who noticed it and prevented the guy from getting a surprise round. But George, you're up first. You hear the footsteps coming towards that gate. You have 3 actions that you can do. You can move, you can cast your spells, you can attack with a melee weapon or a ranged weapon, you can do all sorts of crazy things.
And that gate is closed.
The gate is currently
correct?
closed, but it is bars. You can see through it. They can see through it.
Okay. And with the footsteps getting closer, can I currently see anything on the other side, or through those bars, aside from the light from the brazier?
If you can't see the token, then that is all you can see. If
Okay.
you can't see it from where you're positioning.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure how Roll20 worked because I see a little bit of it.
Yeah, you don't see enough. You can see part of like an arm of like with a maul from something.
Perfect.
Just a friendly PSA out there, huh, bro?
I think he means he is without hero points because Late Marcel just gave everyone. Oh man.
I got 2 now. And I plan to use them.
So is you
So
are.
if I can see a part of it, if I can see like an arm or a leg, or like if
Mhm.
I can see that,
Yes, they
and I
have concealment
cast the
against.
spell.
They have concealment against ranged attacks unless it's attack spell that just literally requires sight.
Okay. Okay, so let me see what my cantrip is.
You're all gonna be maxed out on hero points in a second.
Are we really?
I am maxed at 3 right now.
Yeah. Well,
I
just
just
saying,
hit
people
3.
keep they're throwing those points now.
Oh,
I
that's so
have not
sweet.
been
Thank you
aware
all.
of getting them.
You should have 2 now. Effort.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. Yeah, I had myself at 0.
Yeah, Maybird and Lady Mistella gave you one.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. And gals. Ladies, whatever. Peoples.
Pals.
So, what do you want to do?
Okay,
Folks.
Rex, you're a melee character, correct?
Rex's, yes.
Perfect. Can I do 2 things? Rev.
Mm-hmm.
Am I allowed to do 2 things? I don't know how the
You have
system
three.
works on this one.
You have 3 actions
Okay.
that you can spend. If it costs 2 actions, you can do a 2 action and a 1 action. You can do 1 3 action. You can do 3 1 actions.
Perfect.
Ephraim now has 3. I think Dirty Tantan is maxed out. Lady Mistella, can you refund Dirty on the Tantan?
Oh, now I'm at 3.
Perfect. In that case, I want to use my cantrip
Oops,
Rousing
sorry.
Slash.
Ignore that.
There's so many dice. I love that.
And I want to cast that on Rex. What it is, he's gonna get splashed with cold water, but it's gonna give him 2d4 temporary hit points.
Oh, sweet.
2d4, you said?
Yep.
Roll 2d4.
Should I or you?
Yeah, he does, George.
Oh, I
George.
do. Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You get 5 extra hit points on top of your current.
All right, let me see where. Oh, a temporary 5. Great.
And then
And that was a
what I
2
want to
action
do,
or a 1 action?
that was a 2 action.
Okay.
What I'm about to cast now is a 1 action, which is gonna get a little complicating. I want to cast Harm,
Okay.
but for it to be a 1 action, it's a touch spell, and I have the ability to wear my spirits that I have made bonds with,
Mm-hmm.
my apparitions. That's the words. Oh, my headset just died. My apparitions, they can expand my touch spells to be 30-foot range, and when I cast that on an enemy, it also drags that enemy 30 feet to me, or in my direction.
Okay. And if
There we go. Now I can hear you.
there's things that prevent them from being moved in your direction, like a wall,
Yes. And a door.
a door.
But if it could pull him to the door,
Is that an attack roll? It's a touch attack.
it's let me pull it up. Can avoid energy to harm the living target or heal the undead. If the target is a living creature, you deal 1d8 void damage to it. And it gets a basic fortitude save. If the target is a willing, if the target is a willing undead creature, your sturdy amount of hit points, the number of actions you spend when casting the spell determines the target's range, area, and other parameters. 1 action spell has a range of touch, but doesn't give me like a roll to hit thing.
Okay. Yeah, it's an area of effect type. Well. Okay. So yeah, go and roll your d8. You said fortitude saving throw?
Yes.
Six. They succeed their fortitude saving throw, so they are going to take half. You hear, come from that way, and you said you pull. They can't be pulled any really closer to you, but they get pulled to in front of the bars, kind of slamming up against the bars, and you guys see this kind of dwarven in stature, red-skinned individual with like a toothy maw, like the jaw is almost slightly unhinged, hanging down. These huge horns pushing out of a thick white mane of hair, and this like piecemeal type armor, and some blood dripping out of the mouth, and this maul in its other hand as it kind of presses up against the bars. Fresh meats. I was informed of your coming. But that is your 2 actions and then your 1 action, so we go to Tantan.
Correct.
All right, so 1010 is going to cast Rhyme Slick, and I'm gonna center it just to the side of him so it doesn't hit my dear friend Rex here. Um, so 1 second while I do the casting. It takes 2 of my action.
Okay.
My apologies about that.
Oh, you're back! Yay!
Roll initiative.
Yeah, sorry.
Welcome back, Dan.
Yeah, my
So it
apologies about that.
deals
You're all good.
2d4 to each creature in the area, basic reflex save. If the creature critically fails the reflex save and was standing, it also falls prone.
Reflex. Not as quite his thing. What is your DC for spells? 19. It's right there.
19.
It's right there. Blah blah blah. Reflex. Not quite his thing. He is going to just fail that. Not going to critically fail it though. So he takes the 6 points of cold damage. It's like parts of his armor and skin freeze. And it
So it
creates
also creates a layer of ice on all surfaces in that area, and so it becomes difficult terrain, and it requires a six. So it requires a successful reflex or acrobatics check against my spell DC.
to move across those.
Yeah,
Cool.
which if it's a critical fail, then they will fall prone,
Fall bummer now, but yeah.
but only on a critical fail.
Put so. Boop, boop, boop. You put out that fire in the corner too. So
No,
that whole
see.
I'm marking with blue X's. That's covered in ice for anyone who chooses to move in that direction through that gate. So that's your 2 actions.
And then I think all the rest of my stuff is 1 action or 2 actions.
So if you want
So
to
oh no, I
move, or
can cast Clinging Ice, which is a cantrip.
if you want, or you can move or make a weapon attack. Nice. Fall, cling the target's legs. Another reflex save. This time he is going to succeed. Taking half damage. Roll a d4. Oh, it rolls it out there. Okay, 3. So, keeps getting pelted with this ice, kind of looking at you, growling. Real quick, Danny, can you make me an initiative?
Yeah, no worries.
And then I will just kind of look at him and say, "You need to chill out, dearie."
God. Initiative.
27. Sure. Oh.
Nice.
All right. So, I'll go ahead and you can take your turn now, and then you'll be at the top of the initiative next round. You see this dwarven, kind of slightly demonic-looking fella just through a set of barred gate. He's holding a maul.
And that is currently where Rex is
Standing in
standing,
front
correct?
of, yeah.
But there's a gate between us.
It is a geet, okay. Feel a bit weird because step back. As Garrett seems to have snapped out of his weird autopilot like state. He's a bit confused by the sight that he's seeing. He's like, hang on, what the hell just happened?
Hmm.
seeing the kind of like tight space that they're in, and that there's not much that he can actually do here, but he's not completely unaware of the danger that he is in, along with the party. He's gonna whip out his deck of harrow cards, and he's gonna spend one action uh to enter his stance, and I'm gonna spend a second action uh and just put him on defend for the time being.
Okay. All right. Then now we will go to Ephron.
Okay. Does moving to here require an action, or is that a separate move?
It's an action. Everything is an action. It's an
Okay.
action to stride.
Okay.
Up to your movement speed.
Then I think I will stay back there, and I pull a pool ball, a billiard ball out of my sack, and cause it to. Does it look like my billiard ball can fly through the gate?
Yeah, he'll have
Or
all the partial cover, but you should still be good.
Yep.
However, an attack roll of a 12
Yeah, that's
will
probably
not
gonna.
hit. You toss it. You're trying to aim both past Rex and through the bars at the same time, and your shot goes wide, cracking against the stone wall just to the right of Rex.
Yep. And then I will announce, and we can manage this. This matter is certainly below our capacities. We can manage to defeat this creature and
Nice.
encourage my allies with a +1.
Ooh.
So all of you on your next any attack rolls, damage rolls, and saving throws during this round, fear saving throws specifically, but during this round are at a +1.
Very nice.
Then we go to its turn. It looks at you, Rex, in this like nasty tongue that ends up actually being 3 tongues. Kind of does a slurp like it wants to eat you. It takes its maul, leans back a little bit, and then just bull rushes the gate. Let's see. What is your AC?
I have a 21,
21.
and I have a shield up. I guess I don't know how that works, but I guess if I have the shield up,
If you have the shield up, you get a higher AC. You have to spend an action to raise your shield.
oh, so I had to do that during my
On your turn, yeah.
combat. Got it. Cool. So 21 then. So.
21. All right. What is his bonus? He just hit. He slams the door open, kind of slamming into your face. You're getting knocked back a little bit in taking 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ooh. Okay.
With the gate open, he is going to try to like shove you to the side with his second attack. Coming out to a 24, so he is going to throw you off to the side, partially with that gate, shoving you back so he can get more into the room. He steps in, looks immediately at Tantan, who he registered all of the ice coming from, and brings his maul in for his third and final attack, which is a lot lower of a bonus, but what is your AC, Tantan?
17.
Well, I rolled a 10, so you're safe. He swings and you kind of leap to the side real quickly. He's still kind of getting his bearings in the room, coming off the ice, and chilled. But he lets out a guttural roar as he enters in. But that does bring us to Rex.
Hold on. Okay, so I think I have 45 now. All right. So, I have this thing called brandishing draw. Draw an attack with the same motion. Interact to draw a weapon and then strike, or use a one-action finisher. Can I use that, or do I have to
Um,
do something else with that?
let me pull it up real quick.
I can click the button and see what.
Yeah, click the button so I can actually read it. Draw and attack with the same motion. So yeah, you can make a strike right now as part of drawing your weapon.
Okay,
It's still
cool.
one action, but it's to make strike.
All right, I'm
You
gonna
don't have to spend
strike
an
at it.
action to pull your weapon out, which is really nice.
Cool. So, I'll wrap my paw around my weapon, which doesn't make sense really, and I swipe out and just swing at this thing, and try to take like a fencing pose with the, and I'm gonna try to strike it with the rapier. Ooh, that looks good.
16 on the dice for a total of 23. Feels low. But check. I'm pretty sure that hits. That definitely hits.
Cool.
He didn't raise his shield. For a total of 3 damage.
Okay. Uh, so then I got that's one action. I want to try. Can I? Am I pinned behind the gate door? Is that what's going on? Or
You're
can
not
I?
pinned. You just got shoved off to the side.
Cool. Okay. I want
One
to
second.
reposition, if possible, to be right here with my second action,
That's supposed to be 3.
and then I think my third action, I'd like to bring up my shield and try
Okay. So add that AC boost.
to. Yep.
I will add the 3 extra damage. You were adding strength to damage instead of dex, but it's fixed now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Cool.
I was like, that's low on damage. You should have better damage than that.
Yeah, I'm not a strong boy. I'm a fast boy. That's
Yeah.
how I do my damage.
All right, and that brings us back to the top to Garrett.
Cool.
Seeing the chaos that is currently ensuing, and his party members that are currently in the way,
Oh shoot.
I'm gonna
Sorry.
gonna spend one action to stride into this little corner here to get
A
a
different
decent
angle.
line of sight, a better angle, rather than trying to weave these cards around. And taking the opportunity of his current distraction with Rex and Tad, and he's gonna throw one of the cards in his hands, like with a sharp flick of the wrist through the air, as it just like slices through the air towards him for an attack roll.
Alright.
Or for a second action.
Make that attack.
Gotta roll that one. That is 19 plus 10, a total of 29.
Definitely hits. Give me damage.
Sorry.
Does that include sneak attack?
It. He is not off guard right now.
Not off guard. Damage is only a total of 6. That is an extremely low roll.
Total of 6.
Total of 6 damage.
You hit him. Oh, he kind of glances in your direction, but seems focused on trying to take out one of these spellcaster. You still have one action.
One action. might as well throw the second one.
Do it. Take
So,
the minus
Take
5.
roll again. That's a total of a 9, and that card just goes
flying.
just spins through the air and just like sticks into the wall on the other side.
Yep. Most unfortunate. That brings us back around to Le George.
All right. Let's see. Where is he at? Let me zoom in.
He's
Ooh, that's getting
on the
lag.
inside now.
Each square is how far?
5 feet.
5 feet. Hmm. The range of this. Nope. That's not a good idea. All right. We're gonna go ahead and move right in front of Tan Tan and Garrett, real quick.
Okay.
If
The
it
action
will
to
let
stride up.
me. Yep. Why can't I move it? Oh, there we go. And then I'm gonna use Gouging Claw,
Gouging Claw.
Ooh.
which is make a melee spell attack roll against your target's AC. If you do hit, you deal of your choice of 3d6 slashing or 3d6 piercing plus 3 persistent bleed damage.
Nice. Make your attack roll. You gonna work? $25. 25 definitely hits. Roll that 3d6. Carve him up.
11.
11. And then 3 blood bleeding damage. So he's now bleeding on his turns. Okay. So that was a double action to cast the spell and move action to get up. So that brings us back around to Tan Tan.
So Tan will reach over and give Rex a quick pet and be like, "You are really such a good boy," and then he's going to cast Heal for one action.
Aw, thank you, thank you.
Also, I forgot one more point of damage on all those attacks because of.
And the way it looks is it just as he speaks, this mist just kind of floats down from his body and then wraps around Rex.
No.
Ooh.
How many actions are you using to do this one? Or is it just the one action?
One action.
So roll the d8. Two points of healing for Rex.
And then
Take it.
my familiar will walk over and pat him and then cast Spirit Link on him. So now I'm transferring 2 of my hit points to Rex.
No. Take 2 points of damage
That
yourself.
that is a 2 action, so that's going to be my turn.
Alright. Rex gets 2
Another
more hit points.
+2.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I feel better.
You watch as some of the wounds from the hit from the door transfer, and you see those wounds appear on Tantan. That goes to Ephron.
All right. I move up to within range of my elven pool cue that has reach, but
Nice.
I hold out another pool cue. But instead of triggering the pool cue that I have in hand, I I launch the one that's already out there. 24 to hit.
24 definitely hits.
That's 11 damage.
Nice. Slam him. The ball come flying back and surprising him. Kind of stumbles, glances at it, but sees your like hand motion of making it fly with the force. He's looking pretty rough.
That's one in the pocket, I say, as the one ball strikes him.
All right. So that was a 2 action and a move. So that is your turn.
That's it.
He lets out a guttural roar, and then he kind of takes one huge deep breath and lets out another guttural roar, but this one shrieking through the room. I need all of y'all to make fortitude saving throws.
Fortitude.
I think I might want to make use one of them hero points on that.
Use one of them hero points.
Yeah, I definitely want to use one of those hero points.
Oof.
I got
Yeah,
I got a 20.
same here.
Not better. Wait, no, one better. Okay.
I got an 18.
Be hard for me not to do better. I'll take that one.
All right. The DC
last one
was.
was
a-
I'm not seeing some great rolls here, but the DC was 19.
Oh
Oh,
god.
missed it.
Jesus.
So whoever failed, you take 18 points of sonic damage.
Oh,
Oh no.
Those who
Oh, my
succeeded
ears.
take half of that.
oh. That was brutal.
And anyone who failed also has a -2 on all skill checks, attack rolls, and for the next D4 rounds.
All right, so you said if we
wow.
if
2
we
rounds.
succeeded, we take half.
You take half, and you don't take the negative effect.
All right, which in the full amount was 18.
18, so you take 9.
Cool.
Ouch. Yeah, I have to kick back sometimes. They've just been beating on him, guys. That was his 2 action ability. This Samsaran boy just came in and clawed him, so he's gonna spin around and slam his maul into Samsaran. That's a critical hit.
Oh no.
Jesus.
All right. I did say that it might be happening. Oh, you got lucky there, Sid. That's still 24 damage. Points of bludgeoning damage. Yeah, welcome in, Raiders. I hope your Pathfinder went well.
Okay.
So how you looking there, George?
Not too bad.
Okay. So you take that. That was the 2 actions to do his scream, and then a single action for his attack. Brings us to Rex.
All right. So first off, I want to try something that I have called the Bon Mot.
Okay.
The board what?
Legend cycle equip the foe, distracting them. Choose a foe within 3 feet. Roll a diplomacy check against the target. There's distracted makes 3 perceptions. Will saves for 1 minute.
And I guess I would have -2 to that because of the
Mhm.
Sonic.
All right. Target's will's DC. Oh, that definitely succeeds. You yell. What is your quip? What?
All right. So what happens is he goes, "My name is Rexamodius. You killed the professor. Prepare to die." And then I'm going to. After that, I'm gonna start striking them with the rapier.
Do it.
Yeah, there we go.
That definitely hits. 10 piercing
Do I get-
damage.
Can I hit him again with the rapier, or
Yeah, so
am
you can
I
make
out?
you can make a third
Oh,
attack.
because I have a third action.
You
Okay.
have a third action. It's at a
Cool,
minus
okay.
5. You hit the second attack roll. There's a number 2. On
Oh,
the
I see it.
attacks.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll hit that one next. Okay, and then I swing again.
18
Okay.
unfortunately doesn't
Doesn't
hit. He takes that first blow, looks real off. You come at him again with your second jab, and he just brings this heavy gauntleted hand and smacks your rapier out of the way.
Pronounced bone mao, but I, as a dog, call it bon mat. Anyway, that'll be my turn.
He pronounces it bow wow instead.
Bow
Bow
wow.
wow. Yes, that's even better. That's
Best boy.
my bow wow.
My bow wow.
All right, that brings us back to Garrett.
Like Garrett he's like, oh my fucking ears. He's just like taking a moment just to like rub the side of his ears, just like they're ringing in them from where this thing just basically shrieked. And that's ruffled his feathers a little bit. He's a little bit angry. As he's gonna activate. He's gonna spend an action to. Sorry, 2 actions to cast telekinetic projectile on one of his cards.
Okay.
And given the circumstances of where everyone is in the room, he like the Harrow card like faintly glows as he like flings it around to the side of him as it like spins through the air to through like the crowd of his comrades, and an attempt to hit whatever this dwarven demon type thing is. Spell attack rolls +8. That is 16 + 8 is a total of 24.
24 definitely hits. Roll those d6s.
Oh my god. For a total of 5 damage.
Oh, he's looking on death's door, but he's still up as it kind of pierces into him, but not as deep as you had hoped.
In one final huff of annoyance, he's gonna throw just the card regular. He's just gonna throw it from like behind George's head. It's just like he's not looking impressed. Nothing like the cards. The cards in his fortune telling are clearly not going in his favor. And it's just like, nope, can't do it. Not today. Card said no. And just flings it just like a mean old flick, like he's just like, and just for his third and final action.
Okay. That attack roll.
That still takes the penalty, doesn't it?
Yeah, it takes the -5. It counts as a second
That's
attack
fair.
because telekinetic was
That's
still an
second
attack.
I knew I'd start getting the bad rolls now. That is an 11.
Oh.
As where he just doesn't care. He's like
Oof.
his frustrations. Actually, I have a hero point.
You do have a hero point.
I do have a hero point. I'm gonna spend a hero point.
Do it.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm gonna roll. And that's still no better.
All right, then we go on to George as the second card flies off, failing to strike or failing to pierce the armor in the thick hide of this creature. What do we get, George?
I'm gonna ask you, and depending on your answer will depend on what I do. Do I have my staff in my hand, or is it on my back?
Would you have been walking around this place with your staff out?
I would think so.
Okay, then you have it out.
Then I need to read what that thing does. How many what you call it? It doesn't tell me how many action points it is to use it though.
Which staff do you have?
The Staff of Fire. It just says usage held in one hand. So I can have one hand open, one hand holding the staff.
Staff of Fire. You can do the cantrip, Ignition, and Breath of Fire. So it's those spells action costs. So both of those spells are 2 action costs.
Both of those are 2 actions?
Yeah.
Okay, in
Most
that case, then
spells are.
we're not gonna. I figured I'd double check on that. Because I know that you can smack him with it, and it also does fire damage. At least that's what your other website said. Where? There's that button. We're gonna use a Gouging Claw again.
Okay. Make your gouging claw.
With the other hand. Come on. And that's a nat 20 with a total of 30.
That's a critical hit.
Way to go.
Roll that
And I'll
damage
rip 'em to
and double it.
pieces. Rip and tear.
I mean, I can tell you, I think your minimum damage is enough. How do you want to do this? I mean, I bet you want to roll the dice, but you know.
Oh yeah,
dice.
absolutely. I want to roll the dice. So you're looking at 15 damage is what I rolled, so 30 damage in total from just the impact, and then 6 damage of bleeding.
How do you want to do this? Like I said.
So the way we're going to do this is all you guys are going to see is my right hand morph into this gigantic claw. Kind of just not really pleasing, to be honest with you. And I'm just gonna hook right into his chest plate and go through to grab right through his rib cage
Carve up.
and pull out whatever I can feel inside him.
You cut through, you feel the slimy organs, blood running down your arm as it goes up. You grab the inside of the rib cage, feeling the various organs, and you just rip part of the rib cage, cracking and snapping. This blackish blood going everywhere. Rip it all out. There's just this stare at you intently as you do this, staring you down before the head finally goes limp. And then you watch its whole body begin to shake, and I need Rex, Tantan, and George to make me reflex saving throws as it explodes.
Reflex?
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Yeah!
Hawk said that with confidence. Got it.
Dog hops out of the way.
Success. And then George, reflex.
23.
23. You all succeed taking... Well, Rex takes no damage. He leaps back in beauty and grace. The other 2 of you take 1 point of damage each.
I just imagine like
necrotic damage.
those random like videos of dogs when they get a little spooked and they just jump way back and kind of flail a little bit. But yeah.
But the creature explodes, falling. One thing you spot, especially you, George, having just ripped one of your claws caught it, and it's hanging from your finger now as your hand shifts back into a normal hand. A necklace with a chimera head on it.
It's the cult.
I will have just so we can, because it is late and to fast track things. Just everyone make me one more perception check. You're welcome to explore into the next room if you want to see the part of the map. Um,
21 in total.
21 in total. 21 from Rex.
19.
19. George.
20.
20. So, like I said, you guys can go into the next room just so you can see the rest of the map. But you begin to scavenge through this place, taking a look. You enter into this torture chamber. Sorry, the window was closed. You should be able to go through now. Into this terrible torture chamber, the cages, blood and bones everywhere, gore everywhere. And you're searching around. You find this desk where there's weird. It's almost like a mad scientist's room. Checking things, and you do find a letter that says, yeah, the professor's digging too deep, getting too close. We need to remove him, but make it look like an accident. We can't have things ruining our overall operation. Signed with just a T.
E?
Yeah.
As in Thad?
You guys search around. You get to find a few other little treasures and knickknacks. George, you feel spirits say, thank you, as they kind of like dissipate from this place after that creature was killed. Continuing to move around, look around, you do end up finding a secret door on one of the walls. Opening up down here. Inside is a small, tiny room with this gold and black rimmed mirror wrapped in runes. Those of you of magical talent, which is 80% of the party, see these runes, decipher, talk amongst yourselves, realize that this mirror is both a way of communication and a way of transportation. If you so choose, you can figure out how to activate it and travel through it.
The other 20% of the party goes, "Oh, another dog! Look!"
Wait, does this go to a certain fiery camp
No.
near Hellbrick?
No. If you choose to activate it and step through, you guys appear in a bedroom behind a curtain, on wood floor, wood walls. You slowly look around. You push open the curtain to a very beautiful bedroom. Hanging on a hook right next to the mirror is another one of those necklaces. There's 3-headed necklaces. You step through, pushing through the curtain to a, like I said, beautiful bedroom. Various wardrobes, a chest. Rex, immediately you catch the sense. You're back home. You're back in the professor's house.
Uh-oh. How do we... I'm confused. How did we get here? We walked for a very long time. Now we're back home. This is... Head's tilting like, what? What?
Wait,
And
what,
so-
what do you mean we're back home?
We're back.
Huh?
We're back at the professor's. This is the professor's.
And so I will ask players, are you going to accuse anyone?
Does this appear to be a female's room?
It appears to be a male's room.
Ugh.
Here's my only thought, though, is the smell of the room more like the teenager, Miru?
Roll me one last perception check.
Okay. I do have 2 hero points left, so if this isn't... Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good about that.
It is
Come on.
a stronger smell of Miru.
I will literally say that, too. I will be like, we're in Miru's room.
Visible
Nero.
confusion and shock.
Oh, so disappointed in you, son.
So, I don't know who else is on the. I don't know who else is on the verge of dying, but do we play along until we can resolve?
Right, well, time's not exactly going to stand still for us in this situation. The longer we leave it, the more we lose the trail.
So I ask, like,
My reason is: do we ask for the hospitality of one night's rest, and in the middle of the night end it?
I think we accuse the grandson. I'm out of character. I'm at my time limit.
yeah, that's what I'm
I
wrapping
actually-
it up. Yeah, that's a.
I'm kind of pushing like
yeah.
2 hours
Yeah,
past. So.
yeah. I was trying to quickly wrap up.
Oh.
That's why I'm asking, who do you want
Yeah,
to
yeah,
accuse?
yeah, that's fair.
So
Well,
I think we
Rank
call
it.
out the grandson.
oh, yeah, I agree. The nose knows. Let me tell you that.
The
Let me
nose
tell you.
knows.
Right.
The nose knows.
All right.
I can't believe I carried this all because I was just like, I'm a dog. I'm gonna smell.
Um.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
So the party goes out. Gathering everyone around, getting the cleric, getting some of the guard just to be safe. With the backing of the will, you accuse Miru of the crimes of betraying the family.
Why?
Je te.
He freaks out and
No.
panics. He does make a run for it.
What?
You guys.
Sick 'em,
As he
Rex!
tries to run for it, I cast a rhyme on him.
Oh, even better.
Yeah. But with the aid of the extra hands, he is caught, thrown in a jail cart to be taken back to Collis, for trial. Kere is in tears. The whole thing, panicking. That is just shaking his head disappointedly.
I immediately go to comfort K-Ray.
And our camera slowly zooms out as our party kind of recovers, rests after this endangering, great, very dangerous fight. Hurt, but knowing that they avenged their old friend, the professor. Thank you, players, for a wonderful session.
Yay.
I'm sorry it went
That
late.
was amazing.
Yeah, sorry for
No,
the
it's really good.
brief disappearance.
Thank you, Rev.
That was amazing, Rev. Thank you so much.
Yep. Very much enjoyed it, despite running long.
I apologize. As
Appreciate it, but
Nothing
like an hour
to apologize for.
No, campaigns never run on schedule.
no, they don't.
Oh no,
I'm
there's
terrible
always
at keeping a one shot going.
Hey,
I'm
at
gonna
least you
turn
know
off.
this one shot was super chill.
Hey, I had a good time. I think everyone had a good time.
I did
gotta
make
pet
the
the dog.
house.
Oh, cool.
Oh, nice.
Figured you guys could take a look at it. Um, but you all return to your lives in the city, knowing a couple new friends. Um, and
Did we level up?
did you level up? Classic question. Right, classic question. You, but as you go back to Collis to try to take care of the last bit, get involved in the last bits of festivities, get a little bit of joy out of this terrible week, we drift back to the manor of the late professor, to Lady Kere walking back to that mirror,
Oh no.
activating it. I want my son back. And that is where we'll leave it.
Oh, did we get it wrong? Oh no. Mysteries abound.
It's a family scheme.
Oh no,
They're
no.
all in it together.
They're
Oh my
all in
god.
it
Mysteries.
together, and we know.
But
Oh,
again,
beautiful. Well
thank you,
done.
players, for an amazing
Nice.
one shot. For our first
Thank
community
you.
one shot, or hopefully first of many moving forward. Reminder to everyone, this community one shot was all thanks to all of y'all with all of your wonderful support over the subathon last month. You guys are awesome and amazing community. Moving forward, if I can keep my average subs at around 100, I will be running a community one shot every 3 months. At least that is the hope.
All right.
So there'll be more chances for people to get in. But yeah, quick one more round of applause for these amazing players. Each of you, if there's anything you want to say, please say it.
Thank you so much. This was a lot of fun. I've never played Pathfinder before, but knowing that I can attack twice is kind of cool. I kind of want to try it again.
You could attack 3 times if you wanted.
That's true, but I had to get equip in, so yeah, I guess that's all I really have to say. I mean, hopefully we'll see more of this. This is really great.
I appreciate the opportunity to go ahead and join you guys. This is also my first time doing Pathfinder as well, so it was a great experience. I got to pet a dog.
Yeah.
Occasionally
dog.
forgot I could see dead people, so when I remembered, I asked if I could see anything. I was going over my character's sheet, going like, "What can I do again?"
And I
But-
mostly succeeded in keeping a voice.
Yeah, that was great.
I got to work on that next time. I can't, be outshined by all y'all. I got to keep
But
up.
it's just something. It's just something you grow into. It's just something you. It's just something you'll eventually get the hang of, laddie. Don't you worry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you want to give me your Russian one?
You want to do the Russian accent, you know? Then next time I bring this character in.
Also, big plus to Pathfinder for being able to pick a dog naturally. Like, that's one thing that I've always been really upset about with D&D. There's like 2 or 3, maybe more cat classes. Nothing for dogs. Oh, it breaks my heart. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Sorry, I'll get off the soapbox.
It's all good. But again, then a huge shout out to the community out there. Thanks for coming to hang out. Thank you for all the raids tonight. Altered Echoes, Eldritch Dream, all the new follows today. There's quite a few of you out there. I appreciate you all. You're all awesome. And with that, we will bid you all a good night. Take care of yourselves and have an amazing weekend. Go roll some dice. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye.